Alright, hello everyone. Time to do all the usual setup stuff. I'm only 4 subs off on YouTube. We're getting the first level monetization. Whatever that does. It's not ads, so I don't know what else it really does, but it does something, I'm sure. Alright, looks like those are golden. This is golden. Also, they're connected. Fantastic. That. Those kick messages. Whew. I swear the I don't really like to call places toxic, but holy crap, kick is. It's been bots, and I mean the last guy was talking about, you know, basically Hitler. I was like, literally, it was like it called himself well, Australian painter, not Austrian painter. Because he got banned for Austrian painter. I mean, wow. This is kick's a place you could go to. Still, I'll stream everywhere. Even if some of the places are more disagreeable than others so far. Kick might be cool later. Let's see. Discord invite, and then copy pasta the message everywhere. Like a champion. But to be, you know, fair, when I first went there, I did meet Seven, and he was really cool. So I mean, I guess not everything on Kick is awkward. It just so for most things, they become awkward. Okay, that's all those. Yeah, seems like everything, and then some things that I didn't even want to do. Perfect. Although Twitch is like, hey, incoming ad break. Which no one's even currently watching. I just started. For God's sakes. Seriously. Okay. Don't have to have an ad within the first, like, 3 minutes of with nobody watching. Give it some time, Twitch. Let some people funnel in first. No, you don't want to? Okay, fair. Realistically, Tinka's way too big here. She should actually be much smaller, and I regret that I didn't put a hole in the center, because I think having a hole in the center for her to float around in would be much cooler. Or even just having a giant painting that she just lives inside the whole time and is never actually outside of the painting, which would be kind of interesting. Like, she's just in a painting inside of the paintings. Paintingception. I do have to figure something to fill this in. Maybe just more paintings. After all, it's the painting world, so there's just a painting every location. That seems reasonable to me. I don't need her. I don't even know what I'm keeping. I'm not sure I'm going to have any other shops but the one. Let me turn on streamer mode in Discord so nobody has to hear the babes, huh? Ain't nobody want to hear that. I guess I keep her. Do I keep her? Not at a construction level. Yeah, let's open the construction level. Ah, yes, one of the old logo ideas. We just, every time I want to keep something and come back to it later, I just drop it in the construction level and come back to it maybe, or I delete it, I don't know. Whatever the case, oh yeah, her falling is the thing too. I had lots of ideas. Falling down the rabbit hole. Run with the incredibly, oh I did this here. Run with the incredibly obvious Alice in Wonderland references. But it's not Alice in Wonderland, so I mean, you know, there's some Alice in Wonderland style references, I guess, but it's not Alice in Wonderland. It carries exactly none of the themes of Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is about a young girl coming to terms with what it is to be an adult. And the insanity of the world and everything like that. This is about a woman who was killed and her soul got stuffed into a doll and she's trying to save everybody. There's a very big difference between these two stories. I mean, there's a crazy, weird, imaginary world, but I mean, you know, well, it's not imaginary, but there's a crazy world. Let's put it that way. Because Wonderland's an imaginary world. This is not. It's not an imaginary world. It's not at all. Nah, man. But there's some similarities. Honestly, it's more of just inspired by Alice Madness Returns weird environments, not actually the story of Alice Madness Returns. That weird story that's basically, I mean, it's literally just a story about sexual assault and, you know, grooming children and everything. It's actually a pretty dark story. If you've ever played Alice Madness Returns, this actual story is very dark. Huh. So I was like, man, this story, whew. But I mean, didn't take a Rhodes Scholar to see something was wrong. Finishing my H&D this year, so my goal is to work for a studio. Can you give me some advice? Like, what is good to improve this time? I'm good at animation and lighting. I mean, what you should improve, you should basically focus whatever skill you're good at, and I mean, it sounds like animation and lighting, and just run with it, right? Build yourself a portfolio of all the stuff that you know, you can just show jobs, because that's really what's the most valuable thing. It's not like a degree doesn't mean anything. Nobody cares. But if you have this big old, you know, collection of like a portfolio of just all these really cool things you've done, not only does that show a studio what you can do, but you can also use it as a way to get jobs on like Fiverr and stuff too until you make money off of a real job. little freelance work. But everything I've heard from all the industry professionals, which to be fair, I'm not an industry professional. I'm a solo dev who happens to stream game dev on, you know, Twitch and YouTube and Kick. But everything I've heard from them as I sweep through the various Unreal Discords and everything is that your portfolio sells you. So be good at whatever you're good at. Because at a big studio, you don't have to be a jack of all trades. You only have to be a master of one. Sure thing. Basically do the opposite of what I'm doing. There you go, as a solo dev. 10 out of 10, best advice. Don't be a solo dev. Nah, game dev was so much fun. No, I know what I was trying to do. Everything got broken last time. Yeah. I don't even see why an industry professional would hire me at this point because, you know, I'm not really a professional at any one skill, so. This doesn't even show the initial map when she spawns in. I actually rated a guy who was a graphics guy, and that's what he was doing. He was just making scenes for his portfolio to just show how, you know, good of a scene he could make. Which, you know, credit where credit is due. That's much faster to do than make a whole game. You just need a singular scene that looks awesome. Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan at all. That's the save map. Yesterday I made a point of backtracking a version, so I did a bunch of stuff and I forgot all the things I did, and now I try to remember what it is. Wait, that sucks. Kept this. Looks like it kept all the other code, so the code that I actually need to change is probably on Poppet, just telling it to alert when she spawns in. I also want to watch my previous stream just to see what I did, because I don't remember all the stuff I did in my previous stream. I never remember. I just know I worked on it. And now this version of the game is better than the last version. But I couldn't tell you anything I did. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Which means it was a good night. Yes. Yes, indeed. I don't think I dragged the code over for Poppet. Whatever. We're print stringing it. We're figuring out what's happening here. When in doubt, print string it. I think the problem was the map cubes themselves didn't send the information, right? Is that what it was? Well, Poppet doesn't trigger the map cube. This is what needs to happen. Something I did yesterday also caused the game to freeze over and over and over, which is why I backpedaled. I'm not sure if it was corrupted or just some trash programming. It could be either or. I don't think it was that code there that alerts the cube. Pretty certain that since that happens exactly once, it shouldn't be a problem. It's probably something to do with the code where you find the items and then the items are removed from the thing. Alright, so one down. On the plus side, you know, I can't remember what I was doing, so that helps. Let's promote this very well. Break it? Or not. Okay. Alt click. Getting finicky on me there. Alright. Can't handle how slow that is. It's almost like 8's too fast, and 1 is just the worst thing I've ever felt in my entire life. Maybe this is already fixed and not there anything special at all. Kinda doubt it. I didn't port over any of the changes on Poppet herself, so. Took a second to alert itself there, didn't it, buddy? Oh yeah, this was the tutorial problem. I remember you now. An easy fix. Oh, item collected graph. Aren't you fun? The way this worked was do this, and then if valid, we remove it from parent. I don't need any of that. Hey, on William Master Wellington. Hello, jealous man. I hope you have a nice night. Oh, thanks. Hope you have a nice night too. The map did not really update, did it? Map. What's up with that? The item doesn't alert the mini-map. I suspect this is where a lot of the trouble came about. It should just be alert HUD. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's coming along nicely. I have a Steam page up and everything, and I'm working towards that demo for Epic so I can get Epic Mega Grant. So things go very well. Yes, indeed. Where's the map cube information? It would just be alert mini map. I don't even want the rest of it. Tell the mini map. I can skip this whole part for the things that don't matter. So actually what I really need to have here is this here. Make it not exactly equal to nothing. Branch it. Split it like that just so I don't have to try to go live there. If true, do this. If not, I don't know if I care about the rest of the stuff here, to be honest. Guess I could just run to spawn sound. Yeah, it would just be this part here, so I'll just roll this down. I'll save and then roll it down because it won't let me do it without the weird save bug. Alright. Unreal Engine do be running flawlessly. It's not true, it's not flawless at all. Alright, and so if this is true... I almost don't think it actually needs these for like coins and stuff. Like, do you really need it for a coin? No. So do this here. And this way, at least when you collect trash, it doesn't alert the entire mini-map that you collected trash. There, so, and then we'll do, like, tell the mini-map here. Something like this. Oh, I don't need anything else already on there. It's just this one thing. I'll do it fine. Alright, let's see if the map works. Or if it goes... Gotta be careful often to do this because it goes through like over 100 actors, so I don't really want to do it every 5 seconds or anything. The fact that the minimap doesn't immediately update is weird. I probably have to change that one room to work as well. Something's very strange about that. It's just works out here, but not in here. Actually, that was so slow to update. It's not updating all the time, it's just updating some of the time. Like I move over this thing here. Okay, it moved me. But not when the item is collected. Now I'm just trying to figure out this mystery here because it's supposed to update the map for the items vanishing on there and stuff. It should also update the map initially anyway, and it's not doing that. So it needs to alert the mini-map until, hey, what's up with that? Yeah. Oh, that's all good. The fact that you know 2 languages is better than the fact I only know 1, right? I'm just happy you're hanging out. Just puzzling over this because it's just kind of dumb what's going on here. I think item collector might need it. Well, let's see if it reaches the first thing there. I think item collected has to alert the mini-map. Well, it shouldn't need to because Poppet alerts it, so... It should just be an alert. Interesting. Alert update mini map. The fact that it doesn't even update when I first jump in there is strange too, though. Scene doesn't seem to work very well in this side room here. Like, right here it doesn't even work right, but if I jump over to here, there's like two problems here. Well, as soon as I moved it, updated it. I need a slight delay on this. Maybe not a long delay, just a delay. You know, as soon as I move, then it updates it, but until then, it just doesn't do anything. Like an issue with the floor on this one or something? Yeah. Hate having to solve this twice, but the other problem is worse, so. It works here, so it must be that the floor is wrong. I'm assuming. Why doesn't the map trigger out here? It's saying room numbers, which is weird. Oh, there's so much foobard here. Oh, I see. Why was it saying the name? Why do these say a room number and these don't? Is just improperly giving the floor? I think I know what the problem is on that one. It doesn't know which floor it's supposed to be on, as the rooms tell it. so it doesn't trigger the map and it says the name instead, which is weird. Hey Nexus, how's it going? Oh yeah, that's right. You said you had a night off. Hell yeah. Get behind that. So what are your plans for that night off? Do some game dev maybe? Just saying, game dev. Oh shit. I'm trying to fix the map stuff from yesterday that I had to undo because of whatever bug was caused there, and so far it's not working so hard. Are you telling me hating myself playing Rocket League and Counter-Strike? Nice. Is it really a good day off if there isn't a bit of self-loathing in there somewhere? Just saying. I think I'd rather my self-loathing be, you know, reasonably cute and involve alcohol as well, but you know, there can be other self-loathing. That's fine too. Thanks. Yeah, hopefully I don't do whatever I did last time that broke everything. Unless something got corrupted, I don't know. I'm going to sleep. Hold on, good night. Make all dreams true. Have a check. Oh, sleep well on my Master Mountain. Thank you for swinging by and hanging out. Maybe eventually I'll have this map fixed and, you know, we'll be able to play the game more. That'd be nice. Stupid map being not fixed like that. Who does that? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it doesn't make it vanish. Right here at work. I just need to see this information, so might as well just print string it right here. Oh, I forgot the rest there to center it. Oops. Oh, well, I'll find out in a second. Oh, I didn't click it, I guess, somehow. Mouse is garbage. I totally forgot the part where I solved this mystery yesterday. Like, it just doesn't remove it. Like, it just says I still have it. But how? Because it's running through and doing this. These appear on the map too, even though I've... Yeah, there's something very wrong with this picture here. Oh, I see these have to alert. I don't want you to say the room number every time you go into one, it's annoying. Why don't I just run this here in this order? Instead of connecting it all up in a weird way. There's so many little stupid things that go wrong in these things. Now it's not even centering until like later. Made it worse. I'm not even doing this anymore, right? Oops. No space after. I'm adding that space in screws it up. Is there really a space somewhere near? Oh, there's two spaces. That explains everything. What's up with 0? Someone suggested I have an extra one there just for the space, but I think I have more problems with having a space there than not. Well, first off, this should actually be like over here. In the correct thing. I wonder if that causes a problem or not. We'll double check, but that's not the issue. Headache inducing. The other should come out is the other, and then pink should. Well, this says hello on that one, so the type of item isn't being listed. That's not helpful. Got to connect that up. All right. Well, anyway. Rooms visited. Room 7. Why does it say rooms visited? Interesting. That was his 5th floor map cubes for room 6, but room 7 should be his rooms visited. That's just strange. So I should have the item. How much the problem comes about by doing some of these things here? You know what? I'm just gonna read this middle one here because it's so obnoxious. I just want a space in front of it. It's easier to keep track of in the random space in between option. This is what it seems like. Yeah, cubes is not a thing. It's already figured out by this thing here since I'm just sending over the full name. At least I'm supposed to be. The item you have wrong? Oh. All here is that I type crystal, not crystal ball. This one's also misspelled too, by the way. All that, and I made the mistake worse. Happens. You just make things worse. Not better. That got snacked up. That's good. Not sure why it's saying room over and over. Rephrase that. I don't know why it's saying room 2 over and over and over. I'm gonna test with this one here, make certain it works too. This one doesn't list itself as room up in there. Do you not list me as in the 4th floor? It is. Why is it saying room 2 every time? Yeah, room 2, room 2. But it's not saying room 2 every time. Why are items being collected on the 4th floor too, for that matter? These are questions I need answers to. Shouldn't be a collection at all. It also shouldn't just say room 2 every time. It should be eliminating the thing entirely. So that there's nothing. The map cube. The sections are reporting right from here. Well, actually, that's this one here that's reporting sections. I'm currently in. These are adding to the 4th floor map cubes. Got the first one's rooms visited, which is so bizarre. Like, where is it getting rooms visited from? I mean, type of item isn't even a thing. Now, this is sending rooms visited? Even the default value is map cube, so it wouldn't do that. Why are we getting rooms visited? Where are we getting rooms visited? Also, why is it saying room 2 over and over on Poppet? There's so many questions going on here. Right here, it's triggering the room 2 thing. But it shouldn't. You know what? What is the name of item if it defaults here? What do we got going on here? I want to know on this because it seems like that might be a default response somewhere in there. Which is fine. That is, I need to know though. Give me a better idea of where it's coming from if I have at least some idea of that sort of thing. Yeah, that was a default response somehow. So rooms visited. Now I know it's a default response, so that's why you don't get the first room. Question is, where does room visited come from? So when Poppet loads in, I mean, there's a trigger room info, but that's not that useful. Does this just need some kind of delay in between? No. Each one after works. Rooms visited is the only one that doesn't. Yeah, it's right here that it's doing this room name plus that. But then it is another, do I have this afterwards? Like there's like a, not enough of a delay probably from the look of it. Let's just give it like a full second or something. Next tick is not going to be enough. Well, it's still saying room 2 over and over. Room 66, it did it again. It only makes sense as if that's a thing, because it's asking these questions that. I'm assuming it's overwriting information because it's doing it too fast. I mean, these are asking. It should be almost instantaneous. Why does it overwrite every time? It's not even random. And why does it always say room 2? Things how room 2 isn't even collected. So... It's like name of item is not being updated, but how is it getting room 2 in the first place is my question. Like, when is it ever even handing it that? Actually, you know what might be screwing with things? I had a big check thing going on over here, and maybe I don't need it anymore, you know? All this crap. Might just be overriding things. Is that how often it happens? Oh. Again, it's saying room 2. How? In the world does it say room 2? That's so weird. Should have no way to get room 2. But instead it's like, yeah, room 2. Also reminds me, room 1 probably has the wrong name too still. So I probably didn't fix it. No, it's set at room 1 now. Start here. First always says room visited. Alright. Gotta love those, you know, bots. It's confusing that there's nowhere it should be able to get room 2 as a name. Because it's not handing the same thing over there. It's actually not handing that at all. In white, it should be saying, yeah, hands room visited from the machinery room. This is right here. Then this is wrong. So it runs that. That's true. And then screws up for the next one, and then it's fine for the others, except for then it still says room 2 on the screen. But in yellow, it should be reading the actual real thing that's there. So if it was going to display that, you would think it would display, well, exactly that. For stat. Maybe not exactly equals, not like that great, but they're not really any different, but I don't know, something could be messing it up. Some of the information is getting crossed. I'm gonna start dumping some print strings there. Okay, so it says room 2. Is room 2 like the default on here or something? No, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like sample's the default. You still an issue with the rooms visited thing? Also, without that one thing there, it doesn't immediately alert the thing, so until I've moved, which sucks. Well, looting it there upon collecting it works, except for that. I don't want to do that. Why doesn't update map cube immediately cause it to center? This is such an obnoxious timing issue. But hopefully I don't have to upload it too many times, because then that's probably what was causing me to break previously. I'll put it back. I'm so used to having the space for spaces that I don't understand it without it. Click off. Weird. The weirdest thing is that room info right at the start. I don't see how I can do that. Like it's not sending over the active item somehow, or it's sending it twice. Unless this needs a do once on it or something. I don't know why it would need to do once, it only goes one time. This worked up here, right? It just didn't work down there. An issue with the floor, maybe? No. Or does. So it works up here. It's working here. It has to be a floor issue. So it works in here. Go test it out here since it's a, you know, not that one room. Maybe something wrong with the room or the cube's in that spot. Possible. Don't know why there would be, but sure. It works, just takes a second, but I mean, that's because I put a big delay in there, so. So if it was instantaneous, I'd have so many questions. That works. It's just a little slow, but I think I'll speed it up a bit and see how it plays out. Three seconds is a long time, and it was mostly getting trampled over by the that one thing cycling through every single cube. Actually, it was cycling through the one you were in. Hey Mafa, how's it going? Is having a problem just collecting a tarot card or collecting the key as well? See if I can undo all the damage of yesterday. It's having a problem collecting tarot cards. And just tarot cards, which is fine. Oh, progress so far. I mean, I'm almost done with this problem. And then you just have to make it where I put all the indicators on the map for what they are in the old thingy, and that'll probably cover those things. I may still make a high priestess ability to reveal the items like that. It probably will be, actually. Doing fine. A minute of I see. More partitions, async level loading. Oh, fun. Yeah. I definitely don't load entire levels. Wow, that's incorrect. I do load mini levels. Level instances work great. They're so good for optimization. So good. And obviously I use war partitions for, you know, this. I have 3 different world partitions. Well, I have 3 different grids, I should say. This whole thing out here is a level instance. This big old city. I got tired of copying it from map to map. Such a pain. Now you just copy the level instance and it moves so much quicker, and it's not like moving 1,000 plus actors or whatever it is. Maybe that's the video I should be making, how to do those things. I never know what videos to make. I don't even know. Maybe I should make really complicated videos instead of easy videos. I never even finished this. Oh, this was part of one of the fixes I was trying to make. I'll leave it for now because I might go back to some sort of bizarre fix. Fortunately, past you decided it would be such a great idea for the sequel to have a massive map. Now I hate myself for it. Yeah. I mean, don't be afraid to shrink your map down. I've done it a few times in my game. When I realized I was being stupid and that my map was, or my game was just going to be on a scope that would take me like 6 or 7 years to finish, which is stupid. Now if I'm aiming for 3, it's a pretty bad plan if I'm aiming for 3 for it to take that long. So. Less good. Isn't it already telling the mini-map? I think on the menu thing it doesn't have one when you close it. Maybe that's the problem. I could have sworn I put that there ages ago. Oh, I have to go get a tarot card. I don't want to be in that room. Actually, let's get one up here, because if I get one up here, this establishes that floor 5 is fine. That's a problem with the floor 4. Which it could be. Empress 3. De-equip Empress 3. Yeah, it was worried. Scope-wise, fine. Since doing it alone, that's fair. Slaying point impressions, but I mean, yes, I see. Did you have partitioning for the soul person having you split the landscape into smaller chunks? You can actually handle. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if your map is large, you're basically roped into world partition. Otherwise, your game's gonna fall apart pretty quick. Kind of one of those things. One of those things indeed. I could have the wrong name on there too, which means that it wouldn't work. Also possible. Well, that one's not even showing up on the map. Let's give it a second to make sure the map even shows up on the map at all. Oh, it's not even listed on this square. It's actually listed one down. Well, that's not accurate. Oh, wait. Which one are you? The Magician one? That one's accurate. This one, however, needs to be up here. Got its own little map thing. Find a turn for partition after landscape has been created with it enabled, so I'm running without it, which is a lot more stable. Weird. I don't even know why you'd want to do that and why it wouldn't be stable, but to be completely fair, landscapes are kind of trash anyway for their stability. There's so many problems with landscapes. Holy crap. Worse yet, nanite landscapes. And every time I've enabled nanite on a landscape, it's broken. Every time. And it's not like necessarily unusable, but with little black triangles all over it. It's awful. Nanite is such an abomination. Those nanite landscapes. I guess, to be fair, I haven't tested nanite skeletons that much. Probably because I don't like nanite very much. Weird. That's usually like half the point of level streaming. But to be fair, I had like a huge landscape in Unreal 4 and didn't have any problems. Unreal 5 has been the one where landscapes have been trash. They were way better in Unreal 4. A lot lighter too. I'm excited. I have a big map in that one, and it was like it took like I don't know a couple hours to walk across that dumb thing. And there was no world partition at all. It just worked. Meanwhile, in Unreal 5, man, I will say something. That the water plugin in UE4 broke a lot of things too. So that thing was a piece of crap. So, and it required the landscape. So whenever those two got in cahoots with each other, the water plugin liked to break the landscape all the time. That water plugin was an abomination. To be fair, the one in UE5 is an abomination too. So good to see some things never change. Why is it the wrong name on this one? Is that the problem? Did I just type it stupidly? I mean, that could easily be the case. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if I just botched it hardcore. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh. I'm a goofball. I'm a goofball here too. Well, actually, that's not even the thing. That doesn't matter. It doesn't check those. Oh, I guess it does, kind of, doesn't it? There are 3, the Empress 2. Never touched the order plugin ever? That's fair. Consider yourself lucky. It was hot garbage. Hot garbage. I can't afford fluid flux, I'm just saying. Not that I have much use for it. I mean, come on, my game has barely any water in it, so it's kind of weird to have fluid flux. If I had all the infinite money, sure. But we've established I don't, so, you know. I mean, custom's okay. I just have water material over a cube. That's it. It's a cube that overlaps things. Puts a post-process on whenever you're under it or inside it. And uses time dilation so it looks like you're kind of swimming. That's it. It's also designed to kill Poppet if, you know, he doesn't have protection. There's that too. So, you know, it works, but unlike this, which does not work. But why? I can only assume, make that a 2 again, that I've somehow botched writing it. I don't see where I could have botched it, but if I copy paste the working stuff in there and just change a quick thing, I mean, it's the same. Oh! Wait. I know what's wrong. Nothing's wrong with my code at all. My code is absolutely perfect. 110%. Do you know what the problem is? There are 2 items in this square, and I was only collecting 1. So of course it's going to keep saying there's a second one there. Why wouldn't it? There's 2 there still. Duh. There's still 1 there. So obviously it's not going to work. Duh. Being all hunched over does not make me feel like it most days, that's for certain. There we go. Yeah, my code was working the whole time. Dumb. So dumb. Deserved, but dumb. I mean, to be fair, unless you have like an open world where half the gameplay happens underwater, I don't see it's 23 bucks. Yeah. That's kind of it. I don't need swimming. Basically, I'm just using flying movement underwater anyway. And just program the Nimmer to go above the water level. And Poppet just like has infinite jumps while she's underwater, so it's like a fake swim. But if I can afford Fluid Flux, like if I had like a big old budget, sure. I don't think I'll ever have a big old budget, but you know, if I ever do. Also, if you're in the second, it would only be in the city anyway, so there wouldn't be any need for a big old water thing. I gotta collect items. But let's give her tarot cards back so I don't have to do it for testing later. I changed the job on top of that food flex is not worth the performance wise, so then must yeah. Well, I mean, if I had money, I could also afford people who know how to program better than me, too. Important things to note. But, you know, I don't plan on changing this game. This game is staying as it is. Man. I'll take a quick break real fast here. My bladder is unhappy with me. It's like, hey, remember all that stuff you drank before the stream? About that. So right back. Aha. So all that works. That wasn't even on the list of things that need to be fixed. It was just... Well, I mean, I guess I removed it because it was fixed, but then I had to unfix it. Alright, well, let's play around with some little bugs here that need to be fixed. Like the room info bug is... It's a problem. There's just no two ways about it. The room info bug is a problem. And it needs to be resolved somehow. And to be fair, it could have been due to H-loading the things. I think I un-H-loaded all of them. Yeah, don't include these. Because in these big rooms it might cause a problem if that's the case. So that might just fix the whole problem all by itself. We'll find out. I'm crouching for some reason. Come on, load the hat in. Load the hat in? That first load in of each thing is not that great. I need to probably find a better way to deal with that. It's like a slight annoyance. This happens the first time you're loading things in. A lot of time it worked. Maybe because I loaded inside it or something. Oops. Now only some of them are here and some aren't. Yeah. No, random ones vanish. It's not even like... We have a timing issue problem. I don't have a room goal option anymore. I don't even know necessarily that even is. I wonder if that's part of the problem, is that the room goal thing got added in and it just wasn't necessary. Of course, this have to have a goal spawn length, and there's no goal spawn length on that, so it doesn't make a difference, right? So we'll just do this one here. I guess we're just going to find out how things are going here. There's really no two ways about it. Looking at it's not going to solve this mystery. This one is a long one. Yes, it is. Oops. Whatever. Give an idea of where everything's going in this. There's so many moving parts in this thing that it's just kind of just going to be a problem child, however you look at it. But this has been an obnoxious bug for a while. My fix wasn't very good. So. Oh, wrong room. I'm able to easily break it and just make it go. I'm just going to turn this light on. Today's equipping the magician over and over. I'm assuming this won't work on the first try because I didn't make any changes, so you know. That is true. What does that even mean? Poppet Arrive just sits there forever on this one. Part of the problem is I need to have the other room info gone, so I have no idea which one's even happening, because I don't know which one's which. Alright, well, let's just move this one out of the way. Just over to the side here, just so I don't trigger it over and over, so this way I can get a better idea of what's going on, because otherwise it's kind of complicated and hard to figure out. It has to be a timing issue. I'll just set up a thing where you could despawn if it was like got farther away or something like that, and then a different one for when they spawn in, so they would despawn when you kind of left the area. Again, not all the lights are working. Well, there's no room info on that. Of course, the light won't work. Good to know. Why is there more than one room info listed? Why does it say room info 1? Oh, is that room for 1? Alright, so it does those. I run into the room, it says Poppet's arrived, sure. Arrived 3, sure. I leave and then just Poppet left. Looks fine. Got room for spawn. And does Poppet left down here. Seems to run all those fine. I'm wondering if it's something to do with the the encounter system. Because it's despawning things the encounter system, or that the Puppet Master controls, and not things that are not controlled by it. Well, I guess to be fair, it does actually control the masks, but it doesn't actually factor them into its thing. It has its own separate thing for that. So I'm actually wondering if the problem is nothing to do with this and everything to do with the encounter system, because this used to work just fine. This bug came about sometime after the encounter system, well, after the Puppet Master, when I wanted everything to operate more efficiently, because before it was really bad, and that, you know, too many things had to have their own little AI doing things, and the Puppet Master came along and said, I'll just run all of them. And the FPS went way up because, well, one AI that does everything is much better than a whole army of them. I don't think the problem is with this. It looks like it runs fine. Let me check for permanence. Maybe they're just missing permanent. Honestly, the parent could probably just have all these, right? Is there any reason the parent shouldn't have it? Is a good question. I mean, to be fair, I don't think there is. I think the parent should just have it. Does the parent pick up these things? I think it does. Or do the children pick it up, I should ask. I mean, they should, I would assume, but I didn't do all these other signs, so... No, I just didn't do them all. I feel like the whole system was way too convoluted. Why does it despawn them upon entering this room? That's what I don't get. Like, why would you despawn? Somehow hitting the overlap for... I'm assuming the end overlap on this room is causing a despawn. I guess. it's not permanent. I was worried about that. I thought it could be just permanent at the same time, but guess not. I mean, every sign has permanent now, right? Make my job way easier. Nice alt drag there, buddy. Come on. Alt drag, baby. You want it. Oh, yeah. Close enough. I think that it's actually triggered off the other one, right? So I walk away, and then I run back. And everything's still there. But these are separate actors, so it's not like we're using global variables here. It should be sharing exactly nothing with these, and yet yeah, it never causes them to despawn if you don't have another room. So it has to be something involved with the other room. Everything pushed over here. Well, the previous version I had, or I wanted this to work, caused them all to like respawn in as soon as the player entered. And the downside was the room needed to be slightly big, because if you step near the edge of it, then it would cause it to break. But currently, one always was headache inducing. The original I was just doing despawn everything, and I could just make the room slightly larger. Because the big problem was you would step on the edge of it. And it would despawn everything. It might be the better solution because otherwise the solution just doesn't seem to be really appearing here per se. Not a good solution. Not what I want. Do I need to expand the size of this room? So you can never touch an edge? That's reasonable to me. Why sit there and screw around with this other problem when I can just as easily add an extra 1 to everything, or 2, and then nothing matters anymore? I'm guessing. I might play it like that for a while. Because I'm honestly not seeing a good solution to this problem. There's solutions, they just ain't good. It's like a fundamental flaw in this system. It makes me wish the H-load system wasn't so crap for all blueprints. I mean, to be fair, I could do level instances, I guess. And maybe that's better than this strategy. Than having the room info thing, than spawning in anyway. It only comes up in rooms with a whole lot of stuff. And it's usually just these things I'm spawning in. So the problem is literally just those. Otherwise, the room info is perfectly fine at telling Poppet where she's at, which is mostly what it does. Alert her the room she's in, alert her the floor she's on. Not a whole lot else, just spawns in things that didn't need to be spawned in or left on the level. That was before I knew about level instances though. Now that I know about those. If something doesn't have a need to be changed ever. I don't know how level instances would really factor in against the encounter system moving things around though. They probably wouldn't do a very good job. Like, it's so difficult to access them. At least I haven't found a way yet that's effective at all. So I think that's the plan. On every room where these things are big and it would matter if they were despawned, I'll just put that in. And everywhere else I don't care. Ghetto solution better than... No, complex solution takes forever. That should solve the problem. I'm just gonna have to go through and occasionally change it for a couple rooms. But there aren't that many rooms where it's even relevant. There's only a couple. Rooms of Charlotte matters. This room mattered, but I already expanded the size. This room has nothing that Matt cares. Nothing that cares. Nothing that cares. Same thing, really. What in the world? Huh. Sorry, that one set a funny angle, but it was. That should fix that problem. I'll keep an eye on it in case it comes up again, but it looks like it's best just to despawn it. I don't know what's up with these lights not working. That's a new one. Oh, I know why that one light didn't work, because there was no room info, so of course that one wouldn't work. It works when it's not like that. Oh, I should delete all that crap I just added for testing. I don't want it there. I just wanted it to let me run back and forth real quick instead of jumping up and down like an idiot. Which seems like a lot more work than I wanted to do. Also... I guess there's little ghetto grunts and everything like that I can give to Poppet when she's hitting things like that. Or swinging weapons and stuff. I didn't really have too many options. I do have that Amy voice I can use over and over. That's... She's not a great voice, but... Until I record something. I can just drag more of these paintings in places, right? If there's ever a DLC, I can, Actually, I want to go to these ones. If there's ever a DLC, I can just, stand into a painting world. It's fair. I could. That works now. The last bug was me being stupid and not realizing there was actually just 2 items on that particular spot, so of course picking the item up would not fix the problem. Because there was a second item there, so it would always, you know, be like, hey, what about this other item? This last one was just me being dumb. Now I'm just adding paintings places. My theory is it's the painting world, it should have paintings places. It also kind of completes this area, you know, so I don't have to do anything with it. It leaves it open for paintings to go to other locations if need be. I don't know if they will, but maybe. Yeah, came out good. Sorted out the room info thingy by just ghetto fixing the room info problem. So with the ghetto fix on the room info, I'm pretty golden there. And I just made the rooms larger so they go just outside the rooms into the walls. So this way you can't trigger a despawn, and then just told everyone to respawn if you want to do enter. So this way it fixes the problem. It really feels like Tinka should be in the center of this, doesn't it? Like, I don't know. Even a rotating painting that just watches you would be pretty funny. If I hadn't failed on cutting a hole in this, I would probably just do that. But I don't want to go all the trouble to cut a hole. Because, well, I have to just remake it to do that. So that's a problem. But I basically want this to be the least amount of work possible to fix this area. And all it is right now is just more paintings and a very open spot. But if she was sitting here, it wouldn't be open. I don't know. But yeah. I would have liked the painting world to actually been an actual place you could rescue toys and everything and bring them, but that's too much work. Yeah. I'll have to have more pipes and steam and everything for the rest of the game too. Now basically this area is ready to go except for this central area is just kind of not great. There's nothing here. But she's more epic because she's flying out here. Yeah, I don't know. If the floor was a giant painting, that'd be interesting too. I tried making it clear once, that didn't work out so hot. Yeah, with all these things going down, it really does seem like there should be something in the center. I just don't know what. I do like having all the extra paintings, though. Ample room for DLCs. And to confuse people with like, how come I can't unlock this painting? I feel like I should have more steampunk to this game in general. We just go through and add just a huge amount of extra steampunky crap. Just kind of everywhere. Because not much of the game feels as steampunk as it could be. I added some extra paintings. Close enough. After all, I highly doubt the room being perfect is going to be what sells them on the Mega Grant. Gaslight and steampunk, that's fair. Fair, actually. Well, I mean, Gaslight stuff's apparently Victorian era as well, what I'm reading. Yeah. Well, I'm adding in more steampunk as I go, but yeah. Looking at the Gaslight signs, something like that. I guess it's still a steampunk thingy, though. Well, it's still a Victorian era thing. Interesting. I'll have to look that over. Most of the Gaslight stuff looks all like signs and things. Interesting. Huh. Maybe. I mean, it's not really a horror game, so it's just macabre. It's weird. Horror, not so much. That's interesting, though. Yeah. Well, you can have Victorian steampunk as well. You can also have, like, heavily Western steampunk, where, you know, it's, like, Wild West. But to be fair, this is supposed to be much later era anyway. More like 1920s. Mostly because things like cars and everything didn't exist, so that's kind of why the steampunk is kind of light and why it's a bit in between, I think. Well, that and I only got so many assets. It's got to make everything. A big challenge. Make it all. It's definitely interesting to think about. That's what the Western Steampunk, eventually Briscoe County Jr. Bruce Campbell, yeah. I remember Briscoe County Jr. I consider Western steampunk. Again, really came down to assets. Because, I mean, those just don't exist out there. The Western steampunk stuff is super rare for like a city or something, and a big building like this would just not really be very likely in Western steampunk, because Western steampunk stuff is usually much smaller in scope as far as the buildings go. Usually saw the big old cities in like the east and everything, so this kind of thing you wouldn't really have seen as far as I can tell. Maybe in San Francisco or some places like that, maybe, but not really for the most part. So that's part of what led to that, because I do have some Western steampunk stuff, but it's really, really rare. And you can just do like, you know, gears, pipes, and toss in some actual straight up Western things. And I do have like 3 different Western city / Western town asset packs that were given for free. I thought about it. I actually considered using it as the 3rd area, because I can have a little mini Western city in there. Hey, Basic Array, no. I don't see a point in version control. That's for people whose projects are tiny. And for people who aren't solo devs. What I do is I just make backups of the game. But when my current project files are like 120 gigs, could you imagine like uploading that to some sort of server? I don't even have a server that can do that. Like, people use GitHub. GitHub is like a 2 gig max or something. I think it fit a theme of this game too. Think of dolls, especially called Poppet. I think England. Yeah, I think like I say, the game's more like Jack the Ripper type of. You know, if he, instead of vivisecting the woman, they, you know, or sorry, vivisecting them, he instead put their souls into dolls. Well, it's nice that you're a game dev. Are you like a solo dev, or are you like, you know, will you work with like companies and everything? I don't know. Alright, so the plan now, there's a few rooms I just wanted to improve because they suck. Not because I really care much beyond that, but it's just like they're just a little bit not great. You know? Like, I don't know what else I'm going to put in them. They've kind of sat there as not great for a while. Part of it is the fact that because Poppet's at ground level, it's hard to make some things even nice still right now. And Peter Game, you're Radical. I see. Yeah, see, it's really different when you're doing like a big, you know, company. You can afford the extra time to move all those things around, but you also have to get between a bunch of devs where it's just me. I'm the only one on this project, so it makes it a lot less useful. And like I said, the project's so big because of all the extra files that I keep around just because I don't want to have to find them. So I guess I want a secret up here, but what am I going to do with this? Like maybe a carpet or just something to brighten this room up, because it's just... I mean, I realize it's right before a boss, but it's boring. Let's come to your game? Yeah. Tell us about your game. Tell us. Also, thanks for the follow. Huh. Take forever to load this in. That first load's a little weird, but to be fair, my computer's kind of a sissy, so... You can't make that with the one jump. Wee. Did I make this? Wait, don't double jump up. Is this possible with singular jump? I should make it impossible with single jump, so this way it doesn't have to be in the demo. That'd be wise, because it being in the demo is not what I want. So you go here. This one you can just grab. Go over here, stand in the light. What's this? I just need this to be impossible to get up there, I think. And then you just come back for the item. It's doing like a double jump there, but it shouldn't do double jump. Like I'm jumping off the thin air. I'm coyote jumping. Okay, I don't want to climb back up and be lazy. Whee! Spider puppet. It'll be interesting to see what the hangman ends up looking like in the end. I should be able to make that jump. I just... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off double jump. So this way, you don't have to try to not use it. It's really hard to not use double jump. You just accidentally tap the button one time and it's like, oh, damn, I guess I'm double jumping. And also grabbing is the same button as jump. So, you know, you'll do a double jump instead of grabbing and it's dumb. Hey, space game, Subspace, 1995, meets Hero Pilots, nice. Dedicated servers, single player, self-hosted. Social Discord, Twitch, administration. Oh, nice. You got the whole server setup going on there. That's cool. You gonna sell that on Steam, or it's like, I assume with... It's a lot of players. Damn. Double jump's disabled, so that's good. Yeah, this is actually a very, very hard thing. Those pumpkins are not easy to stand on because that stupid stem throws you around. Anyway, a game for streamers to play complete montage. Oh, okay. Targeting the streamers. Good call, good call. There's definitely money in targeting streamers. Yeah, the name Subspace does sound familiar. That is true. This is such a hard jump to do because of that stupid stem. But I wanted pumpkins on here, so here we are. But that light makes it really hard to see. Oh wait. How far does that stick out from the wall? Can I cheat this? Maybe. No, because you would need double jump. Well, I'm not jumping back up there, I'm cheating. Zoom. Whee. I'm trying to cheat and failing. Zoom. Nice. You already have a Steam page, or you working your way towards it? That was a beautiful jump I did there. 10 out of 10. The best jump. I'm really tempted to just turn this into a double jump puzzle. This is such a... I don't even know if that's possible. I can make it not possible. I should probably do that. Just make it completely impossible to make this jump. That doesn't look closer than this, does it? Not really. I end up in the city somehow. Interesting. Man, that is... I think I'm just gonna make this intentionally impossible. Oh, you can totally make that. Totally. It's not easy. I don't know what secret I'm supposed to put it there, though. I do need more secrets. I guess I could put it in the crystal ball or something. Oof, careful to don't jump off, idiot. This is hard. Epic exclusive version? I mean... Maybe you just don't run it on Steam at all. Some people don't. I mean, not everyone I've talked to actually runs their game off of Steam. Some do like Patreon and things like that. I don't know. If Epic wanted to pay me for an exclusive, I sure as hell would. No questions asked. That jump is awkward. I think I'm just going to get rid of this thing here. It's so obnoxious to do. I guess I could jump from the top of the lamp? Oh, there's no way I make this jump. It's too far. Nobody discovered it either? That's fair. There were people on both teams. Nice, nice. I think I'm gonna make it where you just can't do this jump in the first part. I could come backwards, or I just make these things farther over. Like, I can just put a crystal ball up here as one of the options and just call it square. There's a crystal ball I can snag. Also, it managed to make it the city too easy here. How'd I end up in the city? I guess it's too close, huh? Oh, no, it shouldn't be that close. Weird. I should say a 3 in there. I do need a million places for secrets, so I might as well put it over here. I've been finding Discovery on Steam is, well, actually I put my game up there last Friday. I got like 30-something wish lists so far. Not like amazing, but the game's not due out for 15 months, so I got lots of time. Right now I'm trying to get together a solid demo for Epic to try to get a mega grant. I got a bunch of content, but this room's not ideal. But it can be. God, these are so obnoxious. I almost want to turn them on their side. You know what? That's just weirder and more entertaining. Okay, well, listen. If I select just one, it's weirder and more entertaining if they're on their sides anyway. It just is. It's just more off, right? And more importantly, you don't have to worry about that stupid stem. Ugh. That thing is so obnoxious. Except this one. This one will stare directly at you. Into your soul. Yes. Into your soul. This one will watch you. I'd be tempted to cause him to rotate and watch you, but if I do that, then that stupid stem will get in the way over and over, so I don't want that. I'm not that mean. Maybe a little, but I'm not that mean. Okay, I am that mean, but I'm trying not to be. Listen, I go to meetings, try to be nice, fail, but I try, okay? Which episodes I'm seeing, you have obligations like discount parity, etc. If you're exclusive on Epic, you keep 100% during that period and don't pay you costs. That's the way I think. Epic Store is kind of like a minor league. Your place, get your game release figured out. You seem like the big leagues. That's fair. I'll probably just release them. I mean, I'm just collecting wish lists at this point. Like I said, the game's not due out for like 15 months anyway. I still have to make an Epic page too, so I can collect wish lists on that. But, you know, got a lot of game to make before then. Let's see how that plays out with them on the side now. Yeah. I need infinite wish lists. That's my plan. By streaming my game's development, which has so far been decent enough. I mean, it gets me noticed, kinda. I'm not a huge streamer by any stretch, but, you know. I'm slowly building. Oh, this is so much better without having that dumb stem in the way. and just bouncing off that stem where you hate yourself the whole time. I still haven't put anything down on the ground, but, you know, fixing the puzzle's not bad. Yeah, it's following what Thomas Brush does, basically. I figure he's got 2 successful games so far. His 3rd game has, like, you know, 100,000 plus who knows what wish list at this point. So, I mean, you know, he must know what he's talking about, so I'll just do what he did. That seems reasonable. I'm a copy success, right? I made a cube. Yay, I made a cube. Okay, that jump was just me being bad. That's not the game's fault. I just suck. There's a difference. Oh. Whee. This ability is not game ready at all, but it's fun to launch myself places, so call it the spider poppet ability. Basically, she hangs herself with a rope by her neck. It's the Hanged Man tarot. I don't have her flying like that or like dangling yet, but it is funny. Actually, I might be able to grow this one up and jump on it because it's so close now. This one might be too tall if I do it though. Maybe not. That's way better. It's like actually doable. The other one was... I shouldn't fail it that many times. I'm not good at my game, but holy crap, that one was hard. Okay, you don't want to grow that one first. Fair enough. It's mini Spider-Man game. Haha. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm at that point that now that I have a Steam page, I can sit there and start, you know, really advertising. Like before the Steam page, there was like no point. Where am I sending the people I find, right? I mean, to my stream, sure, I guess, but otherwise it was kind of worthless. I should put some grippies on here so you can grab or something. Then you can go over here, get the crystal ball, and that'll be good. I guess I'll make that number 6. I don't know which one we're on. Oops. I guess I should put some grippies on that. Should I? It's kind of hard to justify, like, not, well, to justify her not being able to grab those, I guess. I didn't do it on the other side, did I? I guess I put it on top of these. No, I didn't. I let her grab the red areas, so... I guess I also have to add to the map, too. Alright, where's this one at? Double check the map space here. Okay, so it's right up there. Sure. Come on. I'm slowly filling in the blanks where all the stuff is. I'm not sure if I'm going to make them available or if it's just going to be a High Priestess ability that you gain later. You know, High Priestess Tarot, since it's all about inner knowledge and things like that. So it might be that it just reveals where the locations are in the things, like Castlevania Symphony of the Night or those kinds of games. Or Metroid itself, because after all, you know, it is a Metroidvania. In which case, then these won't appear. It really does seem like I should give that out later. Like, revealing all the secrets in the game does seem like a late game ability. Handed out in the... I don't know. I guess I could hand it out in the 4th chapter. Is that what I'm doing with this? Ooh. At that point, it's like, you know, the number 3 ability. Probably. I mean, yeah. It wouldn't be a bad decision. Because after all, it's really weird for a Metroidvania game to tell you where the secrets are. Sure, once you've uncovered the room, like, it says there's a secret there, but... do I even want that? I can't think of any others that have ever done that. But I have seen things like, you know, at the end that will reveal secrets. That's surprisingly common, but it's always late game. I'll think about it. Whatever the case, let me find something to put down here. I don't know what yet. Something. Put some curtains. I'm gonna turn the lights on. Ain't nobody trying to figure out where this crap is. Does this come with rods? Not really. Just some curtains. I see. The showstopper there. Back to work? Fair enough. Thanks for hanging out and chatting and telling me about your game. And for being very sad that I don't use version control. You're not the first one who's sad about it. That's for certain. Yeah, I doubt you'll be the last. It is kind of a running gag. Yes. Hey, I might just want a bigger one of these. I kind of want it all to be the same scale, so this seems like a terrible plan. Maybe we do 5 on these. Let's continue to make this look a little more epic, I guess. Or just weirder, who knows? Maybe epic's the wrong term, just weird. I would turn on my devlog somewhere. I'll just say it's not a backup since it's about to be how fast you can work safely. Anyways, have a great night. Well, that's fair. Like I said, I just keep whole backups of the game. Pretty easy to work safely, and I have it on multiple drives. Yes. Would this even look cool if I put it up here? Make you jump over it? You playing jump rope here? Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't really connect to much. It'd have to be like lower. I don't really think that comes out all that great. Hey, Pocket Oracle, how's it going? You're just in time to be just in time. For what, I don't know, but you're just in time for it. As always.
That sticks through there, so unless I'm going to move the Fort Patrick sign, it looks weird. Nah. Better plan. Oh. Gotta two-side this crap because Poppet can run behind it. And that is a problem. Because she most certainly will run behind it. And then I will be sad. Because, well, yeah. That's what Poppet do. I like the weird pram just out there doing whatever. Fair enough, buddy. That's the secret super pram that changes everything. The whole world becomes, you know, a better place because of the super pram. Because science. Sure. Oops, don't move everything, just move this one. Not this one, this one. It's weird how much the curtains help. They just kind of do. Why do they help? Don't know. They just kind of do. Given cloth physics, probably not gonna. But you never know. Because if the game doesn't already have enough FPS problems sometimes, well, to be fair, my computer is a sissy. That kind of hurts the FPS quite a bit for when streaming. So it's not really the game's fault that my computer's a wimp. One day I'll be able to afford a good computer.
I mean, goodbye needing to stream, run Unreal Engine, and the game at the same time, and run the game at the same time. Standards. Which is probably bigger than the average standard required for most people, I would imagine. You know, kinda. That definitely helps, except for these aren't connected to anything, so I kinda want to connect them to something. I don't know what, they didn't really include much to connect to in this thing, did they? I guess well, these curtains are more for matching for this messed up type of style, which is kind of how I want Patrick's room to be. Like, I'm not using these messed up things in many rooms, I am using them in this room. Hey, Buzzy Bee. Not much. The eternal struggle of making this little room interesting. Have a little thing here, I guess. Well, yeah. Why wouldn't a pumpkin have a face? See? Look how happy it is. They have a little smiley face on them. This is the best kind of jack-o'-lantern. If you ever give me a jack-o'-lantern, this is exactly what I will carve on it. That's it. That's all. This is all jack-o'-lantern. Nothing else, just those. I could have you jump on top of this tent first. That'd be kind of cool. Small face. Thanks for learning, Colin Victor. Yep, small face is good. I mean, everyone else has these ridiculous jack-o'-lantern things, and every time I've ever done anything that's like some like complicated on those, they always fall apart. So clearly, I'm better off not doing that. If you know what I'm saying, I'm just saying. Like, it's much better if I don't do that. I could put that there. Then you could just jump on top of that as a way up too. I don't really care if you have to do that if you want. I mean, it's not like gonna ruin my world if you do that. Have you? I mean, you can post whatever you want in the Discord and I'll, you know, take a look at it. That's typically what I do. I may take a quick Bible break here before I get doing this here. And at Discord? Oh no. This is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Why can't you have Discord? Why? Why? Oh no. That's unfortunate. You've been banned from Discord? How do you get banned from Discord? It's awkward. I usually use Discord to filter out all the bad links. After getting got hacked one time because someone posted a link in chat, and I don't click links. For obvious reasons. It turns out. That's all you gotta do. I'm like, no. Very sad. 0 out of 10. Super sad. Imagery link? I guess imagery is okay. Oh, I see. Should make all these into jack-o'-lanterns? I'm just saying. I don't know if you want them shown on stream or not. If you do, I can show them on stream. But if not, you know, I do. They could do good as jack-o'-lanterns, so I'm just saying. Do I wanna... Yeah. A jack-o'-hat? I mean, if there was a jack-o'-lantern that actually matched, I would do it. I might use this tent here. Thinking about it. But this tent doesn't have crappy ropes. I hate the crappy ropes. Kind of big. Might just be because it's stuck up in the air. If this is just like a one and goes inside here, one and done. There's actually no point in the puzzle if I put this here, right? So maybe I don't want this here. Well, maybe it's okay. It's so big. Like, it's too big. Get the crappy rope. Twitch, Friza. Although, tents always have a rope on them. Like, all the ropes holding them up. It sucks. I'm like, but ropes? No. I had to push this in a corner. It's too big of a tent. I mean, I obviously put the... Also, there's
The collision in here is obviously trash, but that can be fixed. I'll just do a complex when I move on. But is there a point in this existing? It'd have to be smaller by far, because this is just too big. Well, you can jump on this, then jump on that, right? And just cheat your way up here? At least to this. Well, maybe not that high up. Hmm. Like, I could make this smaller, or I could just push it back. That's so fast for this little area. I could push all these back, for that matter, too. Because the puzzle still works if they're pushed all the way back. Due to the fact that you can just jump onto that ledge. So if I just do that. Let's migrate them back some. Hell yeah. No question the clown.
I probably should just use the smaller tent. This is such a big tent. Plus, it also doesn't match with everything else being broken in here, except for this one tent's all nice. I mean, to be fair, it'll be dark, so it won't be like the nicest of nice in here, but well, it's got little crappy lights on it. God damn it. Suck. I don't want lights on it because then they have to count as a light source then, and I don't want there to be a light source there. That would be bad. Which is, of course, the opposite of good. And that is not what I want. Small tents. I can do dopey little tents. Don't know what you would do in the dopey little tents, but they could sit here and just take up space. I can always add things later. Just something that occupies space to make it look more unique is kind of what I'm aiming for here, you know? Of course it's dark. It's at night. Some people, jeez. Yeah. Gotta be small. Maybe a little carpet or something. Extra tired tonight? Well, at least you're on a day off, right? I spent all weekend being like tired and worthless. It was terrible. I'm like, but I want to do things. I'm like, spoiler, I didn't do much. I should have, but I didn't. That's my explanation for what happened. This is a little better because now there's like all this crap on the wall. There's nothing on this wall. This wall is terrible. I know what this wall is. Also, these need to be on something. The Poppet can kind of run behind them, but there's nothing to holding them up. It could just be pipes holding them up too. That's true. An all week thing. Surprise, feeling like I haven't gotten good sleep. I have. Yeah. What it really is, a sequel, you don't have enough caffeine and monitor radiation in your life. If you just get more of that, it'll solve all your problems. It's part of the game dev class perk. I'm just saying. You take game dev and you can live off of monitor radiation and caffeine. I don't make the rules, it's just how it works. Free coffee at work?
Oh, time to go to work. Get yourself some coffee. Where are my tubes at? If you ever need to hang something, you just use pipes. Because steampunk works like that. You just get to use pipes whenever you want. No other explanation is required. You just get to use pipes whenever you want. Nobody will ever go, you have too many pipes in your steampunk game. Unless they're like a Reddit mob, but those aren't really people, so no one cares. Take that, Reddit mods. Take that, Reddit. Who the hell uses Reddit? Gross. You. I think the last reason I even used Reddit was to check for problems for, to solve, problems as far as coding goes. And you know what? AI does it better. Ask it. I guarantee you it can solve your problem way faster than trying to find the exact problem on Reddit, which used to be what I had to do a lot of times. Sure, its solution won't be good, but it gets me down the rabbit hole I need to. Tried that for the last few. I haven't been to Reddit since. 6 to 10 Americanos a night? I see. Some kind of lightweight, huh? Damn. You call that caffeine? Making like a targeting reticle? I'm assuming? Many people are solving problems in Reddit? No. Well, the thing about Reddit is you go there and you look for someone who has the exact same programming problem you did. And you can usually figure it out. Or you can just ask the AI, and the AI will instead swim the sewer of Reddit for you and provide you all those anyway. And then you'll sit there and struggle with it a bit, but you were going to do that either way, no matter which way you went. So go to Stack Overflow once more. That's fair. Like I said, the main reason I went to all these places was to solve problems, and the last few I actually asked an AI. And, you know, the AI was wrong plenty of times, but eventually it wasn't wrong. Also, I had to get it to work with my own stuff, so it could never solve that problem, of course, but you know what it is good at? Solving Unreal error codes. Ain't nobody want to solve an Unreal error code, okay? I hate when I get those. I'm like, why? I want something on this wall. I was going to put a bunch of words about Patrick being a good boy. I wouldn't eat dolls anymore. How he's lonely. I actually merged those with the wall, unfortunately. Nope, up. Not wherever you're going. Come on. Patrick's stupid, by the way. I don't know if you figured this out, but Patrick's really dumb. His entire backstory is that he's been locked in this room because he was eating the other dolls, and, you know, Charlotte's upset with him. So, you know. And that's why he barfs up dolls.
Let's see. Blueprints can cause errors? You can get errors in blueprints, of course. I mean, you know. Blueprints are just coding. You can easily cause errors with coding. Most time when I'm stuck, I always will they perform post. Yeah, well, that's kind of what it was. It's like, well, the AIs are just combing that crap for you. So rather than you have to do the Google search, which I used to do for a while and actually did until recently, I was just like, I'll ask it first, see if it knows the answer. Look, I didn't have to Google search this. Cool, I didn't want to swim through this crap anyway. Yes, they're saying they start characters spinning energy. Fair. Yeah, made something that you do. Yeah, no, this is battered. I mean, you know, it'll pretty much just be him apologizing, essentially. Because he wants out. That's just my plan. Just put him on like that. No other story for him. He's never going to talk to you or anything like that. It's just written on the walls all over the place. Just a bit more, you know, in the world to make it interesting as opposed to as it is now. Where some of the walls are kind of boring. I really only have so many of these assets, which is why not many of the rooms are getting these anymore. Like, they were originally going to have a lot of this stuff, but I couldn't find a lot of creepy clown stuff. Oh, they're not even children, he just eats other dolls. He just eats other dolls. He's stupid and eats other dolls, and, you know, Charlotte's upset with him. So he's been locked in the room. Oh, you let him out, of course. You're the one dumb enough to go in there. Don't know what to tell you on that one. You didn't have to go in there. You could have just not done that. That would have been what we call smart. But I guess you have no choice because, you know, it's kind of how the game works. But, you know, we tried. Let's put all sorts of weird little thingies around here so it's a little more decorative. Of course, you won't see that high up anyway. And there's a shelf here, so I don't think I really want to move it over because this thing will take up too much space, unless I want to put one on there too. Or I can just decorate them with these, but I don't know if I want to do that. Because I could move this over. You could still make the jump from here if you wanted. Wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, no idea how to sort a map. Gonna figure out thanks to the formulas. Yep. Yeah, I've had the AI tell me a bunch of nodes that didn't even exist. I was like, really? Really, AI? It's like, this doesn't exist. Tell me another way. No. So it's not that useful of a tool necessarily, but to be fair, swimming through, you know, various old forums to try to find it isn't exactly a lot better. Like, they both take quite a long time, and neither is 100% effective by any stretch. I'm just going to put more curtains here and just put a rod up the top here. He's trying his best? Yes. Nom nom, yep. I considered having absolutely no voice acting anywhere and just having none of the toys actually talk and then just having things written everywhere in case you really wanted to find out why things were as they were. Then I decided I was going to have Poppet be able to talk and all those things like that, but originally that was not going to be necessarily the plan. But it's pretty hard to tell the interesting story if you don't have them able to talk at all. You should try. But I guess to be fair, I don't need that big of a story. Half of it's just exploring around them. She could easily read everything and almost nobody could talk. That wouldn't be like the worst. That's actually not bad a setup at this point. And then there's something to jump on, so you just jump on that, and you have these tents here, so it's a little less bad. It's not terrible. It's more interesting than it was. I kind of want a little carpet down here or something, though. Like, it's missing that. Like, it just seems like it needs a beat-up-able carpet. If there's even a beat-up carpet here, we'd use.
Make the girl sound like Samuel L. Jackson. That would be definitely a design choice. Probably not a good one, but it'd definitely be a design choice you could do. It's not wrong. Beat up carpets? That would be... I don't know why there'd be a carpet enemy, but you know. Motherfucker, do you speak it? Pretty much. That would be pretty sweet. I only have one set of boards like this, which is why I've recycled it both times. And that's also why, like I said, I'm only doing the little beat up circus thingy in like a couple rooms because I just don't have the resources for it, even though I would love it if I did. I just don't have an actual like big top carpet, who knows what thing to put those on, do I? I guess I don't have to have one necessarily. The room looks better as it does now, but plus it has an extra puzzle in it. Wow, puzzle's such a strong word. How do these react? They probably have terrible collision. You can go under if you want. They're so big, Poppet can't push them. Actually, their collision is so bad that I can't stand up here either. I guess I can, but it's hard to do. Like they're pretty trash collision. That's probably the problem for Poppet. Like things have to have like amazing collision. Or as I add. That's fair. I'm gonna take a quick bio break anyway. I'll be right back.
Nissan does in fact make trucks. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Yeah. Nissan does make trucks. You're not wrong. And how much time do I want to spend on making this room look better versus work on other stuff? I might actually want to space this out more because one of the problems I'm having is that Patrick gets stuck behind it. So maybe potentially I just want to move it out so it's not possible to get stuck in it. Like just push it against the walls. This does pose some problems here. You can easily get stuck. But I might be able to fix that by simply doing this and moving these up so we can't get stuck anymore. Thought these were farther out than that. They're not. These used to have 3D widgets to move everything, and not anymore now. It's kind of annoying. It's a problem 5.6 did that makes it kind of garbage. Let it go.
Guess I want this to go all the way over here just in case you don't get stuck. Just the other area I need to lock out.
Okay, OBS was like, disconnect, reconnect. I'm like, no. He's like, yes. I'm like, no. It's fine.
That one's already upside down. It was already prepared. Just bed it up. I already have this one right. Yep. Room's definitely better. We'll probably use a bit more work too, but I didn't want it to be, you know, just completely open. Ever tried MCP AI agents for Unreal? Nope. I've not tried the MCP things. What is this? Oh, so you can just use AI directly in your thing? Interesting. Like AI, you know, to code your stuff? Interesting. Yeah, I can't say I've been that. Not sure I'd want to, but maybe. I will knock 11 off there. I just remember my things. Let's do things that I want to do. I mean, overall, I don't think it's particularly bad. Some of these things are just kind of there. Okay, save my work. I'm gonna take a nap. We're about 30. Fall asleep. Sitting up. Fair. See you when you get back. Sleep well. Now I'm gonna go take a nap. I slept like 6 hours. And then I'm just like,
But, I also have to be up earlier tomorrow, too. I guess later today. So I don't think I'll be streaming 10 hours today. I'll probably be like 8 because I gotta get up.
I guess I should actually be responsible or something, I guess. I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Responsible, just saying. So I don't really have any description for things. I should probably make just dumb little things for them to say. Poppet could use some sound effects too, for that matter, even if they're just crap ones. Like I say, I have all the Amy voices, so there are a whole bunch of sound effects that she does that they're... I wouldn't call them great. Actually, to be fair, I think I am using it for Poppet already. They just don't sound good. I haven't really had any, used an AI to record it yet for the demo. Do I care that much about the Magician? Does it really need additional improvement? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's fine for now. It's a little boring in some of these areas, so I could probably put some stuff on these things so it's a little more interesting, I guess. Weapons could use more sound effects. I basically need a million more sound effects on things, I think. Probably also play around with the how the story things are done too. The not story things, the dialogue stuff. Yeah, it's all dialogue. And the only relevant things for the bugs is the boss health bars might vanish on Patrick, I guess. Nothing else really matters that much for purposes of this demo. I literally just need to add sounds to Patrick and things like that. I need to add sounds to Poppet. I don't have all the dialogue written yet, so that's the thing. I do need to write a bunch of dialogue for UI. Basically what I'm seeing is 99% of what I have left, actually like 90% is probably like dialogue. Or sound effects. I need to package it, make certain it runs. Packaged, and I'm assuming that's basically it. Hey Killer Cutie, how's it going? I'm puzzling over what to do next. Not like what I want to do next. There's plenty of things I can do. That's what I want to do. I guess I can just use the Amy voices, or I can give Patrick sounds too. What do I have for sound effects for? Yeah, it's under Hero Voice Amy. Most of these are trash because it's like singular words. It's like cool. It's like, yeah, she says retail. He sounds difficult. It's so cool though. Yeah. I just have a bunch of ones here. These are just gonna be used for the demo, so they aren't gonna be the end all be all ones. But I have all these ones here.
Come here.
that came with a sound pack.
Destroy it. Destroy.
And I mean, she could be British, I guess, for purposes of this. Why not? Is she gonna stay British? No, but I don't know. I think she already has some sound effects like death noise and stuff, but they're all. She doesn't have a weapon swing noise, does she? Like a grunt for swinging a weapon? Should she? I mean, I guess. Should she say something when she's like, you know, uses one of her abilities? Are we doing that? Are we like anime here? It seems like that'd get irritating really fast. I think I have a weapon swing system set up already for those, but she doesn't play a noise herself. Do I have a grunt or something that would work? Grunt. Huh. Gun. Just says. I guess you're just supposed to piece together words like you're some sort of, you know, like you're writing a ransom note or something, or how you do like the things like that, and you just grab each and every little word that she says and put them together into something that kind of gets the job done. So awkward. I don't even know what to make her say. I guess I could have her like do grunts or something like that whenever she, you know, swings a weapon. That might not be the worst sounding. So we go over here. Oh, that's one of the few ones that wouldn't have that. That's very helpful. Make an attack, melee attack. Probably just play one right here, right? Put this here, put this here. Zero three. Actually, it's just there's only 3 of them total, so let's do this. 02. I mean, the weapon swing can also be directly on the weapons, I guess. Looks complicated. No, the grunts are not bad. It's just complicated. It also reminds me of the infinite timeline. Oh, the timeline in Loki. Yeah. I mean, this project's pretty far along. Hey, Black Boy Titan, how's it going? Do I have a sound tied to each tarot? I guess I could. Like a thing she says when using it. Not really. I could add him in. Do I want to do that? I mean, I guess I could. Am I just gonna have her grunt every time she swings the weapons? I mean, are we going unique on this one? I guess you could cast a spell or something like that. She might do something different. I'm good. Wait for it. Right now, I'm currently adding sound effects in to Poppet stuff, debating on where I want to have her when she swings weapons. I've kind of already fixed all the map problems. I reworked part of Patrick's room. I redid the room info problem already. Fixed that issue. Now I mostly have sound effects and dialogue to worry about. Everything else is kind of largely pretty good. I'm polishing up weapons. ones that are in there. So mostly I need to give her things that she says for those. More sound effects for the enemies. Tutorials and crap. Dialogue things, different insanity messages that are relevant to the story and not just gibberish. So, yeah. You woke up thinking about Samuel L. Jackson singing Bees in the Trap. Let's see. Ending audio is your favorite part? That makes one of us. I like it when it's out there. I don't like having to go through each audio sample and go, is this the right one? Or do I like this one or this one? We'll call this attack sound to play, yes? Sure. I am half tempted to just put them in the thing for each weapon though, but I could. Wouldn't be the worst choice. Unless they're all just going to be grunts for swinging the weapon. Is that what we're doing? Just... Part of the thing is if I might just have an AI record a bunch of voices to do things instead of using these random ones here because these are so irrelevant to what I'm doing. But I'm not sure if I will or not in time, or if I just use whatever's available. My experience with audio is rubbing rocks together to make sounds like crinkling jackets. It's an interesting one. What that's called. Well, it's the way they used to do it before, you know. Everyone just bought all their stuff. So probably the normie way, the original way. I don't know. I have no idea what it's called. Nope. Not at all. Let's just do this. Actually, let's ram it directly into here, and then that into there. Now whenever she swings a weapon, on a melee attack, it would do that. And also dump it on the other one too. We'll add the sound effects in the other one too, just so we have a... We're making noise. It's still not making an attack. It's just their spell attacks too. Might be weird timing, we'll see. What if we got sound attenuation on this one? Some people from movies? Probably, maybe. Maybe indeed. Oh, goodness. Sound work is like the thing I have the least experience with. But I'm about to get a lot of experience. That's true. We'll always open here real quick. Borrow a little modulator out of here so I don't gotta do it again. Pure laziness. This could also be way louder too. They're really quiet. I should definitely put him in as things for when she's, you know, swinging a super weapon. Time directly to the tarot cards. Make it like a 3 or something, just make it a little louder. Not sure I like that at all, but she does make noises now. I mean, it plays them. I don't like them, but it plays them. Something else can always go in place of it, I suppose. Also want to add sound effects directly to each tarot. For each of the attacks, like just add it to that and then just pull from there. I'd have to have the sound to play directly on here. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't. I used to up here. And add to this incredibly long struct. And you can say things like boom.
Boom.
Yeah. Or bomb.
Bomb.
Which would be... I don't know. It could drop it for like the plants or something.
Ooh.
If I had like things like that.
Brutal.
Sounds like Laura Croft stepped in here or something.
Damn.
With some sass, evidently.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't know what to use for those. He'd be like, my bad.
My bad.
He sounds so inappropriate. Every one of them is just like modern day sass, I think.
Open the door.
Jeez, ouch. Wait,
Ouch.
I thought it was like her being hurt. No, it's more like she's like, you know, not really feeling pain for somebody. Huh. I hate all these sounds. I'm gonna find sounds for Patrick instead. These Poppet sounds suck. I don't want her to sound British in the first place. Is he? That'd be awesome. Maybe I'll find some cool things for Patrick here. Oh, Patty here. Fat dumb monster, giant slurpy monster, maybe. Big fat creature voice. Ooh, what do we got? Oh, I heard that one. Fat dumb monster. Like, if I make it where, you know, the fat dumb monster is got a deeper voice. Okay, well, I do want it to be dumb, but maybe not quite that dumb. What? Oh, these sounds. Is that a laugh? I think that's a laugh, right? Or is that crying? I have questions. I have so many questions. Also, why aren't these set as cues as well? Oh. Oh, wow. Thanks for the raid movie, Grandma. Damn. Wow. It's literally during an ad break. Wow, well, there you go. I guess I'm doing a tour. Because, you know, I was going to add sound effects and everything to things, but that's way less exciting. Raiders over up? Hell yes. How's everyone doing? It was spoils. That's right. Pretty much it, yeah. There was like a spy in your midst like that. As if you just wander over, let everyone... It was terrible. You know, listen, you know. Paul is spoiled, yep. Alright. So, how's your game going? Oh, okay, fair enough. Alright, well, I'll have to swing by the stream and find out. Alright. Let me disable all these things here. Well, let's do a tour for all the new people. Oh, well, you too. Thanks again for the raid. Definitely. Alright, so for all the new people, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. This is Poppet. He's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is basically like, you know, a theme park in a building. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what powers all the dolls. Exactly. And even, you know, if your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. So don't let that happen. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity, but you gain no curse power. And since curse power is what powers all of your abilities, you know, it's somewhat useful. Yeah. Reduce the volume of measures. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. We're adding sound effects now, so they make noises. Some of the noises are kind of irritating. Go ahead and say they're not great. It's a work in progress. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. Apparently the destroyables can't be thrown yet because there's a problem with them. Also gain the new ability to summon cubes that slowly vanish, which you can stack to get places if you want. Alright. Get my sanity back real fast. It also manipulates things in the environment. That's right, cube. Such as drawers, cupboards, light switches, doors if you have keys, windows if they can be opened. Some are sealed, so you can't open them. Like that one's got a seal on it, so you cannot open that. This tutorial room explaining some things, so Poppet will flash some messages periodically, saying what to do. Get to a safe point here. Safe being somewhere in the light, so I don't die. Little common style sound effect word that pops up when you hit him is your last session. Oh, thanks. Yeah. That's a lot of fun. I've been tempted to put them in more places, but Then it wouldn't be special to the fool, so I'm like, Poppet is definitely not an ugly doll. I'll give her that. She went through many redesigns to be more attractive, for certain. Yes. Yes. Slay Queen. Pretty much. So it's a steampunk game. It's in a big old steampunky city. Of course, you can't leave the building because the curse is on exactly the building. So what's powering you is only on this building. So if you leave, you'll die. But you can at least look outside. You wander around on the, you know, the ledges on the building. So you can have a little fun with it. This temperance, it's a bubble wand. It bubbles stuff. Oh, hit in the face. Terrible. Not the first. Oh no! I forgot there's a little hole there. The worst. Okay, that's just deserved. I made this a lot longer, but I can just cheat my way back up, so I'll cheat. For purposes of the tour. Oh wait, I disabled double jump. I can't cheat. Oh no! I have to play fair. Well, I can cheat. I just can't cheat with that. Okay, well, we're gonna cheat. I forgot I disabled double jump. The chariot actually summons a little blimp that's not even game ready yet, but it does let you fly around. It's not really intended for use yet, though. But whenever I fall like an idiot, it gets the job done to fix things. Normally you'd have to go all the way back around. You can get a key to make it really easy to get back around, but you would still have to jump your way back up if you fall down that little thing there. That's a tactile from Nightmare Before Christmas. Or Oogie Boogie. It does look kind of like that, doesn't it? Kinda. It's not quite the same, but it's pretty close. I got it from a pack, so, you know. I did not design that one. I designed Poppet. I made the building and everything like that. I made assorted pipes and things like that. Ducts. Grates. Weird steampunk machines. Many of the contraptions are just built out of crap too. That's kind of fun as well. What's that again? There he is. Yeah, they spawn out there, the random encounter system. Yeah, so you have a key, you can go through these doors. Show off some new weapons here. Here's the Empress. It's essentially Bomberman. The red mushrooms count up, and then when they hit the... They currently count to 8. I'm going to change that number, but then they blow up anything nearby, including you, so don't get blown up. And the blue ones heal anyone nearby. These enemies suck because they emit light, so you can't actually gain curse back with them around. Which does make this weapon not the best against them, because it's not free to use. So it's finally going to be approved on release. I mean, the game's maybe like 40% done, and it has like 15 months out, so there's going to be a lot of improvements. I mean, much of the layout of this area is probably not changing, but there'll be embellishments and things like that, sure. Also the, oh, did you freeze? Oh, well, I guess the tour got stopped there? Wait a minute. I thought I fixed this problem. Oh, we're gonna relaunch it. Maybe we skipped that room. Huh. Alright. The follow broke it. That's what happened. Thanks for following them, Rude. Yeah, it's going to be a bit improved when I release it. It's not going to freeze and crash right there for some reason. I'm assuming the new map system has some real problems with it because it updates too often or something. Though to be fair, I didn't pick up anything, so the map shouldn't actually be updating right there. Interesting. Now we'll see if it causes a freeze again. I thought I fixed that problem. The amount of times I said that in my project recently, yeah. Pretty much a lean route, pretty much. It's by a dime for everyone. Yep. This map system, like, got problems. Making a map that's like, you know, Symphony of the Night and, you know, Metroid and those things. And ever since that's gotten involved, it's been having some issues. Which is weird because I don't know why it would have a problem with it, but this room is often the one that seems to have a problem, so maybe we just skip this room? If I just open these doors, I can just straight skip this room. Let's see if it causes a problem. These are movable lights. You can just pick them up and drag them with you. Also. The same engine made Dead Island 2, by the way? Well, Dead Island 2 is what made Unreal 4, right? This is Unreal 5? So this is the Death Turtle. Currently it's just a scythe that just drains life. It's not that interesting yet, but it looks kind of cool. Collision's a little less good than I want it to be. Yep, got a cool hat. The old scythe. I gotta get him to say more than one thing. I gave him a quick sound, and then I've decided that sound is super annoying because I hear it every 5 seconds. Most enemies in this game are quite stupid because that's how Metroidvanias usually are, so they don't have a lot of attacks. They're just there to kind of keep you busy. Only the bosses have a lot to do. How did that cube stay up there? Questions. Because you might be able to use that to cheat, so good to know. Grab the thing? Maybe she can grab a little farther ahead than she should go through. There's a lot of bugs in the game. That's why the game is 15 months out and not releasing tomorrow. True. So true. Physics has no meaning here. You want to grab the ledge? I guess there's a bit of a ledge there that does stick out, so you can jump into it too close and make it hard to grab. Activate stealth mode. Not stealth mode, she just ducks. Also hat. I love hats. The thing. I didn't think I liked hats before, but the more I've made this, the more I've added hats to everything, so... Now there's going to be 22 different hats. And weapons, but... Hats are more fun. This is one of the weirdo abilities. This is the Hermit. Not all these are game ready yet, so, you know. This one's more concept than that. It's got a thing that reverses, makes it so your curse takes damage instead. A shield, that's okay. But also, its main thing that it does is it leaves little thingies behind you as you run places, and then you can detonate them to deal damage to things. After all, it's all about being alone, right? We don't mind if I do. It's incredibly good against enemies that run at you. Pretty bad against enemies that don't. So for anybody who's actually, you know, seen the meme where it's, like, there's the circle of life thing, but instead of, like, you know, holding Simba, just yeet Simba. Because of that, I have to throw this in the thing every time. It does need a better splash effect, but necessary. This is where you would get the Empress, but since I have almost every tarot unlocked at the moment, yeah. It's nice to have. The Empress has another ability. It can grow and shrink plants. Oh no, into the pool. Water normally kills Poppet. There's a tarot that makes you immune to it, which I have, obviously. It is quite the pain to get. Yes. It's actually the basis of the second chapter. I actually have basically the entire first chapter done, except for there's no story yet. And then the second chapter is like, I don't know, 35-40% done. The third chapter is like maybe 10% done. That's generous, but we'll say 10%. The final chapter is like maybe 1% done. Like, I laid out some stuff, but it's not game ready. It's not like even gamified. It's just laid out some concept rooms and said, yeah, this will be okay. Okay, it's maybe 2 or 3%. It's actually... Some of the mechanics have been programmed in already. Thinking about it, I actually went out of my way to program in a couple of them. I don't know why. The fourth chapter won't even be worked on for probably a year from now. Yeah, okay, maybe like 10 months, but still, it's gonna be a long time before the fourth chapter is my main focus, yeah? Wee. Wish I could find a way to make that water interactable, but it is not that interactable. Oh, you can jump through the waterfalls now. Yay! No, you can't. You cannot jump through the waterfall. I don't know what's causing that break. I ran through this whole thing yesterday. That's how it works whenever you get raided, right? I guess you can't jump through waterfalls. Stupid waterfall. I wonder if the second chapter has problems. I can run through the second chapter's thing layout. The second chapter has a lot of things set up. It just doesn't have like, there's some empty rooms along the way, and not a lot of things are embellished in the second chapter. But I'm curious to see if the second chapter has the same problem. If so, then it's probably the map doing something weird. If not, well, you know. We'll find out. Last time I was going through the second chapter, and then I realized I didn't put a nav mesh down for anything, so enemies don't spawn. But I have the entire like layout of the second chapter set up for purposes of being playable, with the exception of a couple rooms, I think. And the bosses aren't. Only one of the bosses in there is actually set up to fight. The other ones are not. So there's that problem. That's because I'm working on the first chapter or the first section of it so that I can make a demo for to get an Epic Mega Grant or apply for one. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm applying for this. I better make this work. Of course, the guy broke it and didn't make it work at all, but you know, whatever. What can you do, right? We'll just run this section instead. If it breaks, well, then I'm going to try to solve a bug. By systematically undoing things I did earlier? Anyway, not mesh time. $300 should cover the whole building. Well, the whole floor anyway. Probably. Maybe. It's weird, it builds it, and then if you, as soon as you save, it builds it again. I don't know why. You'd think it would just build it once the first time, but nope. No stop. Alright. So we'll see if the secondary causes problems or not. I can finally get double jump. It's right over there. Double jump. Missed you already, buddy. Now I have to actually jump on the little button for it. Where's the button? Oh, it's over there. Button. Oh, that's right. Everything here does a huge amount of damage. It's okay. We're playing with base stats. I will Justice it down. Justice is currently just a pistol. I just needed something to hit the air. It'll get changed later, I'm sure, but... Right before this, I put like little grunts in for swinging weapons. I didn't think about it when you're firing the gun and everything. I'm gonna have to get special sounds for everything. Yeah, listen, yeah. To be fair, I wouldn't actually have this weapon here, so... It is the Isle of the Forgotten. Land of the worst bug I've had. The most hard to deal with bug. With enemies that would spawn only here and then get completely forgotten by the system, become immortal, and be unable to do anything with. But only on this one little stupid island. Woohoo! Yay! This is where you would get... double jump into the pool now. I would end up with a respawn there for my poor play there. Yay, double jump. I can use Temperance to destroy this. It's definitely a weird little lag spike that happens, which makes me think that maybe, just maybe, it's an everywhere problem and not that one level. Wee. Put my Sandy back here. Not many of the encounters or anything are particularly tuned for this area, and there's probably only about like 10 enemies set up for the second area so far. I have to make like another 15 plus for chapter 2, and then at least 2 more bosses for it, and yeah. There's a lot of work ahead, you know? And with the save here, I might as well make use of it. Not a lot of enemies spawning in this area. I wonder why. be fair, the encounter system is rigged to just follow lots of checks to see if it wants to spawn something. It doesn't always. It just sometimes just leaves you alone. Sometimes it just wants you dead. And there's a battle ahead. Oh yeah, it's decided it wants to fight me again. Oh, which wants to give me a pot. That's fair. Why does it say room 7-1? I see. I guess the secret passage is not supposed to be a room. I changed it to the lower decks, I thought, but I guess not. Hey, you can see the rooms that need work. There's like not a lot going on in these rooms. Little secret area here. There's a tarot card that destroys moon doors. Moon, actually. You do find it in this area, you just have to get it. And you wouldn't have it at this point. Yeah, I could get some better ones. I made the other ones bigger to make them spawn in, but they are kind of a bit much. So I might have to find a better one for that for certain. And her dash is... Well, she vanishes into her dash, except her hat, which I haven't quite made work well yet. But yes, I could use better ones for certain. I'd also put a light in this room, that would probably help too. Yeah, I'll have to probably tone them down or something. Push buttons. That one eliminates a waterfall. You can't see the waterfall. I moved this where you can't, unfortunately, but you can see the water go down. Apparently, I had a message still on that. So many things are work in progress, as I say, right? Yeah, that one... I don't know, I'll have to see what else I can do. I think the spawn-in effect is too big, though. Like, I actually increased the size to scale for each thing, and so it would hide them as they spawned in, and it's like... On the one hand, it's ugly if they just spawn in. On the other, it's really big sometimes. Like that. Also kind of got caught on the floor there for some reason. Oh, I didn't lower this one. Well, technically I shouldn't be able to get this key, so then where was the other key at? I don't want to grab the key yet because that's cheating, right? That would mean the key was somewhere down here. I don't even remember the layout of my own level. Wow. Oh wait, maybe there's a key in there. Well, actually, I shouldn't be able to get that key over there. I should have had to go in here first. This was the key for that room. Right? Yeah. Yeah. I made those too big. It's very apparent. Some of the enemies are way too large. We jump on the button. Jump on the button? Nope. Meow. Mean. This Wheel of Fortune rolls dice. The white dice heal you based on what they roll. And the black dice deal damage based on what they roll, but they only hit things nearby, and it's pretty bad against flying and it. Oh, I thought it froze for a second there. I was like, nah. Why? Very hard to hit these things with that. Not the ideal weapon. No. Fine, don't fight me. Need my Sandy back anyway. Okay, I just need a ranged weapon. Let's fight. Is that hitting me somehow? Interesting. Yeah, the grunts suck. I gotta get actual sound effects for her. You're getting caught on the ground right there. Well, this area is the most unoptimized, just unfinished thing ever, but at least it's not freezing, so you get kind of an idea how things are supposed to work. Normally you'd have to get this key and then you go over to this other room that was I left the door open on and you would actually have to hit the button there, but since I've already got it, we won't do that. Nope. Are you flying away? I have questions. Oh no! I would be dead. Actually, fair, those are underwater, so there's actually supposed to be one more thing I'm supposed to lower, I guess. Oh, wait, no, there's one more. And I remember the layout of my own thing. I know the first chapter by heart because I played it like 100+ times. This one I think I've only been through the whole thing like twice. I'm gonna keep changing it, so less than ideal. Normally you have much higher stats in this area, so you would actually not have to run back to light as often, but since I just have base stats, you know, not how it works. I should get the water down to where you're supposed to go in there. Should be air dashing, that's cheating. Yeah, right here, I'm getting caught on this thing. I don't know why. Doesn't seem like it's that much of a lip, but it apparently is, which is awkward, to say the least. Oh no, I'm so bad at Mogi. Apparently I'm just terrible at my own game. It's not even that hard of a jump. I could also just enlarge them too. Like, that's one of the Empress's abilities that grows and shrinks plants, so, you know, just do that with it. Then when I'm trying to jump on the tiny version, that's why you have the Empress, so you can do this. Also, I have double jump. Why wasn't I using double jump? I have questions. Questions about my bad playstyle. It's a flying turtle. Flying turtle! I think I forgot I put it there to see what it looked like. And thus flying turtle has been there ever since. There's gonna be a boss in here I was thinking of having a little plushy shark boss, but that might change. So I set up an arena for him, put him over there so he could wander around. He doesn't have any kind of anything yet. Soon, TM. I have to make a special AI for him since he can't use nav mesh since he's, you know, in water. He's also floating in the air for some reason, but that's okay. I probably just put him there. Oops, which one's that? But this is the key he would drop, so. But the plan was to have him like shoot things at you or maybe try to leap at you. Let's see. It's possible I might just have a boat in this area instead. Because, like a little pirate ship, because the, that model doesn't really have a lot it can do. I was sitting there trying to figure out how I was going to make it attack you, and I was like, it really doesn't have any opposable anything. It's just a weird little plushy thing. So, I don't know. If there's like a pirate ship battle, that'd be kind of cool. I'll think about that. Also, there'll be different music in it for the boss, but I like it when you're not fighting a boss. Kind of fits for being in this. Well, basically, this is an aquarium. That's literally what you do. You lowered the water in an aquarium. But you have to come back to later because you got to get to that pipe up there. We'll get to that. Oh no! Yeah, you get kind of an idea how the game plays out. Even though this area is super unfinished. Apparently getting that's hard. Oh no! Oh, actually, there was in here. Ooh. Should've taken the other way up. I know I was trying to go the hard way up. It's weird. Oh, those things do so much damage. Actually, the area's rigged for, you know, higher health. Can't go up that way, can't go up this way. Then on with that, you can actually sneak on through here. No dashing and cheating. Hell yeah. At least it's something wrong with the first chapter that's causing the it to crash. Maybe it's just the map itself. Maybe I've just put too many things on the map. This one doesn't have much on the map yet, so perhaps that is the cause. You can obviously save too and everything like that if you want. I had to put a different picture in for this place yet. Map system just shows where we've been. Very Metroidvania style. Still a work in progress on things. This shows the things you've got. I haven't put any information in for them yet, but you get an idea of, well, I guess I haven't unlocked that much on this thing. All of these work except for, I think the paintings don't work right for some reason. Oops, and I hit escape. Whatever. I can fix that. I'm so used to everything being escape, but the editor and Unreal Engine escape kicks you back to the game. But I can continue the tour pretty easily. This chapter by simply enabling a quick tarot card, the one that I had disabled all this time anyway. And just open a couple doors. It's really what it takes, to open a couple doors. I got the key to this door. That was the big thing that I did after all that, just get the key to that door. I don't technically have to open all these. It would save me a trip all the way back to get these keys, though, I guess. I'll open that one just to save that trip. Yeah, you would go in here and have access to this one here. I'll show up the Charlotte fight because there's a ghost girl who's like the ruler of the place. You know? And she likes to play games with you. I mean, she's basically a titan as far as you're concerned. I mean, she's huge and you're not. So. A little hard to grab that. I forgot about those enemies. It's kind of where you get the star. Also, this is Oliver. He spawns in randomly. Yeah, that the spawning thingy is maybe less good. And maybe I'll have him materialize it in the future. I'll have to see. Let's hide. Oliver doesn't currently do anything. He's just there to remind me to do something with him later. I'll skip the... Up there's a button in order to open that if you want to get the thing. But... I already have it unlocked, so it's fine. No. A room bug. Whatever. There's still bugs with the map thing and the whole system for it, apparently. Shouldn't be saying those at all, but for some reason it is. Back with steak? Nice. Definitely send me some. I'm just saying. Sometimes she just doesn't grab right. It's weird. She grabs too low or something. I don't know why. A lot of these areas don't have enemies yet. This is kind of where we're at the... Still working on these. There's some enemies in certain areas, but not right here. Whoa. I guess I moved some things there. I didn't realize I moved that. Huh. Today I learned to move that. I think I was retooling this thing to be different and not have the, there used to be a giant board up there that kind of just acted as a barrier between everything, but now there's not. So that key is much more dangerous. When you don't even remember what you've done in your own game. That does happen a lot. Hear this music? Oh yeah, it's great music. Kind of gets recycled a bit much in the this chapter so far because I need to put in other music for other rooms, but not too bad. I mean, I like the track a lot. I was making a thing where there's going to be a boss over here. Yeah, it doesn't have any health in it like that or any particular neat abilities, but for now, you'll go over here and then this is how you get to, there's going to be an enemy here. He spawns in here. I'm definitely going to use a different one for him, but he's got a giant pirate boot on. He has no health. Or interesting attacks. But... oh yeah, the fanfare for beating him is... his enemies are so obnoxious. Wait. Can I knock it out now? Is it broken? Okay, well that's awkward. Right. The hell is this game? Nice. I'm glad it looks enjoyable too. It's definitely got a lot of entertaining things going on in it. Unfortunately, this appears to be broken, so going this way was a mistake. But I'll just move ahead to this other room there. I just added this in, and I need to set it up so it goes, the lockout ties to that enemy. But we can just skip that, because it doesn't really matter that much. I can just as easily start from right there, and as long as I unlock some doors... much of the progress in this game is, did you unlock a door? I really only unlocked that door, to be fair. I didn't really unlock that many doors. I'll just start myself here, grab this key, and continue, and I won't go that way. Right? There's a lot of bugs in the second area. A lot of bugs in the first area, apparently. I'm assuming it's that map system. Don't know, the enemies don't want to fight me up here, but that's okay. They fight me in enough locations. I'll live. This lowers the water out there. We... I already opened that, that's right. I get to test out the room after I updated it for the Charlotte fight. It's not finished yet, but... you know. I haven't put a rule sign down for this one yet, but basically the rules of this one are real simple. It's one of those things where if you look at Charlotte, she, you have to be in a certain range, she won't move at that point as long as you're watching her. But if you stop watching her, she'll follow you, and she's a ghost, so don't expect buildings to stop her. So you can just float right through things. She'll watch you. Hello. I'm going this way. You go that way, okay? Okay, thanks. Bye. I forgot to put the water up. Okay, well, just assume the water was higher up. Because it's supposed to be. But I was testing something and left it where it was, because I'm terrible. As soon as I push the first one, it'll fix the puzzle, so it doesn't really matter. Hard to get that through there. Uh-oh. Where are you at? Over there. Difficult to get these light tubes through here, isn't it? Uh-oh. Oh no. Well, I was too close. She doesn't have a jump scare yet. Wrecked. I don't even know where we'll respawn at. We'll find out.
Fool?
Call me a fool. Deserved. Very deserved. So deserved. I'm cheating my way back real fast. Well, not cheap. It's... Oh. I had that key anyway. I also got this key, so I can just run back in. I made this room significantly harder. Other than the problem where I forgot to put the water out. As long as I play like the water was supposedly there. I have yet to actually play this room since I changed it. Oh no! Where are you? Also meet at Joe's. Yeah, the water puts us up where it's supposed to be now. One down. My senator knows. Can't buy this. I was very low on sanity. I'm just gonna take this cube with me. You don't mind, right? Oh, these cubes kind of get caught on things in here. Interesting. Oh. Well, you can keep that cube, okay? Fine. Don't mind me. I'm going this way. You go that way, okay? I'll go this. I do need a light cube to take with me down there, though. Not that one, obviously. Will do. Hello. The other one's down there. I made this part easier. Don't know if I like that. I need you away from that. I want you to take that from me. What you doing? Yeah, that's right. Come over here. You know you want to. New version of the room is much more fun than the other version. I don't know where she is. Oh, she's over that way. There. So, let's try to put that there to be annoying. Good job, me. Kind of hard with low sanity. Like I said, you're supposed to have way higher sanity for this, but I am tempted to make it where sanity never gains any higher and you just have 100 sanity the whole game. Here we go. 2 points. Yeah. This is where you get the moon tarot. You just try moon doors. Oh wait, did I put a thing in here? Oh, maybe the button's covered up. Okay, I didn't think about that. Well, it would have been cool. Can I get through? Can I get through? Is there any way through? Oh, I broke it. Okay, well, there's normally a little button there to open this up, but I added that rock in there, and that rock is impossible to get around at the moment. Good job, me. Good job. Oh well. Get caught. And then you would take the moon door out, and then you'd run through the next section, and everything like that. I'm just gonna fix some of these bugs. This is getting ridiculous. Well, you know, there was problems. There was problems. Yeah, what should have been here is this thing should not actually be here. It should be higher up. In fact, where'd the button go? Just underneath this thing. So it should have been like this. And maybe I move this one forward or something. I gotta redesign this room anyway. Maybe I'll work on this room tonight. Even though it's not part of the demo. But yeah, then this capsule's here, and you'll be able to click this capsule to open up. Little barrier over here. It's apparently lagtastic. Now it works. See, we'll get the actual moon tear out of there. In testing that, what I found is that the this button was lame. It wasn't initially lame, but I added in some ways to get to it right here, and that sucks. Like, is not fun at all because, you know, it's just like pop pop, there it is. The other ones, there's all these meandering paths and everything like that. This was like, meh. Like, no point is supposed to uncover as you know, reveal more places. So I probably need more broken ship pieces to make it look all cool. But yeah, that should be like, kind of like an idea. And you also need to solve the mystery of the first chapter being broken too, for that matter too. I should make a list of things I need to do. There's not really bugs, but we'll just add it there anyway, I guess. So, yeah, we're working on it, I guess. I just put whatever numbers below, I don't care. What, third button? And actually a fourth button. in the sorry, in Pirate Cove. It's too easy to get. Thanks for following National Socialist One. How's it going? I feel like I've been sitting a lot of hours. Where's a good place to put this? It's got to be about this height. So this here, I believe this is maybe like this one, maybe. Let's put it the right height it's supposed to be. Yeah, this would be the height where this button becomes relevant. I'll take a quick bio break for work on this stuff here. It's back on. Alright, so we can go over in this corner. I mean, I'm not using this corner for crap, so I don't hate that. Is there even a point to this rock? It's kind of just like there. I started adding more of these because they were not, it didn't look that nice with just having all these, you know, gray rocks. So adding a few of these bigger rocks kind of pads the area out a little bit more, makes it a little more colorful. It kind of gives you a reason to go over here, which isn't too bad. I don't really want it there, even though there's only one way to reach that one, but I guess over in this corner is not too bad. Then you have a reason to go this corner too, so at least it kind of gives you a bit of something. Then get some boat pieces to kind of cover stuff up so it looks a little more boaty. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but you know, boaty is a thing now. Broken pieces everywhere. You know, this button could be somewhere else too. It could be more obnoxious. It could be like over in a corner or something. Hmm. I don't want to obscure the thing here. Kind of isn't connecting it, you know, so I need to kind of vary it a bit. And the ropes can be kind of stuck in the thing, and I don't care that much about those. It kind of sucks. Maybe just dab with it or something. Kind of buried in things. all broken. So then you have to jump from this one over to here. Which is actually pretty good because then you get a reason to, well, you'll get out of here and then you can jump up onto these and jump your way over this way. Or go around this way, which are both acceptable. And this one should be also pretty easy. Probably the easiest one now. I kind of want one where it's up on top of a building or something, but, you know. It's okay.
Giant mermaid.
Mm. You drop it on top of something.
No reason, just why not, right? Also these screens too. I want to run across them. I think the rope things are cooler than those, right?
Where did I find this rope thing?
Got an army of assets over here and I just drag them on there and start building.
I thought that was like way closer than it turned out to be, by the way. Maybe jump's even possible now if we do that. More pathways. Oh, not a problem at all. Okay, well that's deserved, by the way. These do have a collision, right? Like, the other one does, but I think I had to change it. But it might just have 0 collision, in which case that sucks. Yeah, no collision. We'll have it generate something that gets the job done. It doesn't got to be perfect. Just good enough that Poppet can run on it. Perfect is not the best overall for ropes. Unless the rope is so big that Poppet can just stand on the rope. It's bigger than like Poppet. It's good for pipes and stuff. That'll get the job done. I'll just tilt the button. It's just counting the number of buttons pushed. It doesn't really care you already did it. It's just that water is in the way, so you can't really push the others normally, but here you can. Probably a few more green rocks to kind of fill in some of these areas, I think. And a handful more of, like, you know, coral and stuff to just kind of make it look nicer. Is that what I'm thinking? Actually, let's browse to asset, whatever. That's another way up, but I can have different ways up. I don't actually have to have like rocks up or anything like that. I can also use another rope bridge up. Of course, this is a pretty steep angle for a rope bridge. So how do I feel about that? I also don't have to have everything be a complete loop, but I don't really want you to be completely trapped that easily. Especially because it's already pretty hard up here. This upper area is way more fun than this lower area now. Just had to point that out. Makes me want to have more of that and less of this. Oh, why am I not getting to that nav mesh anyway? Yeah, let's calculate every time I move something. I'm just making my, game slower.
So I kind of want to mix the colors up a little.
It's also going to be in the dark, so, you know, clearly it's not going to be that big of a deal on how I do some of these things. That works. A little more variety in how things play out, you know? Instead of this completely same stuff here. They have to be approximately the same height because that's where the water hits. So I want you to be able to wander around on top of these things without there being an issue with the water. Yeah, between the two colors it helps a lot. You want to get back up that way? About that really high rock? I do like the little bridges going places though, so I'm probably gonna have more of those because just bridges everywhere are a lot of fun to run around on. Something about them's just fun. I got one more to use. It's a bit different than the other ones. Hmm. What in the world is that? A rudder or something? Oh, it's like way off the location. It's awkward. Most awkward thing ever to move. Well, this could be fun because it's got holes in it. What's going on there, buddy? Let me take a quick bar break in a second, and had about 2.5 hours since I last did, and yeah, running a bit low. Very sad. What's a collision look like on this thing? Terrible. Outright the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Fair enough. It's actually just a complete square over the thing. The holes don't even count. That's no fun. Feels like the holes don't count now there either. Well, alright, auto convex. Can you do it? Hmm. Thanks for follow, Patos. How's it going? Hey, Buzzy Bee. What do you want to chat about? Fixture sky? That's good. What was wrong with it? Was it falling? Because the sky is falling, I'm just saying. Oh, wow. Thanks for the host, Guatos. Hey, Foxy Mandy, how's it going? You made the moon phases? Nice. I'm doing pretty good. Busy adding stuff to this map. It's supposed to be viewed at night. I'll show you what it is I'm working on here. Let me put the water where it's supposed to be at for this particular challenge, if you will. It's for the second chapter of my game that's it's not the most refined room yet. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Foxy Matty. Alright. I was just showing the other people this tour like that. If you're ever wondering why I'm, you know, talking to someone that's not you, I'm streaming on, you know, YouTube, Twitch and Kick right now, so I'm just saying. If I'm not talking directly, it's fine. Don't tell them though. I told you because it's a surprise. They don't know. Yeah, I'm also yeah, by ZB, I'm streaming on Kick as well. I stream lots of places. Okay, so let's show off to the people on Kick who have not seen this. I said you close some browsers or whatever, but whatever. Anyway. That's right, hands and mini pots. Yes, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what powers all the dolls. I'm just using your dodge to burn some curse so you can see that it does that. If your curse ever gets below 60, oh sorry, if your sanity ever gets below 60, you start to go insane. This is the insanity effect. If you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so, you know. Gotta bounce me too, because if the curse, if your sanity ever hits 0, then you die. Also, I'm going to close some extra windows real fast, so this is not as laggy because my computer is a potato. Yes. Potato. Alright. So, there's this ghost girl who's the ruler of this place, and you'll encounter her periodically. And in this particular room, she's just playing a game with you. It's a simple game. If you're looking at her, she won't move. If you stop looking at her, well, she'll come for you. Also, water is lethal to poor Poppet, so. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the magician. It's telekinesis, basically. Lets you pick up small objects and carry them around. This is a roving, movable light. So I'm running away with the light. Kind of hard to get him through that. I need to work on the collision there so you can carry him through there. I don't know where she's at. Uh-oh. That's never good. Where you at? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? Oh, she's over there. That's dangerous for me. Oh no! Run away! Run away! You! Stay back. Am I too close to look at you? Oh, I got too close. Oh no! Sorry, Tingy's the Kickstarter things out. Yeah, I am too. I like this. Our final project. I had the first chapter done, though it has a weird bug that's causing it to break. And so I switched to the second chapter. The first chapter is about like 95% done. The second chapter is like 40% done. And then the third chapter is like 15% done. The fourth chapter is like, well, anyway. I have a Steam page. You are more than welcome to take a look at it. I'll just jump back in where I was supposed to be. It's a Metroidvania, but it does have some random, I won't say horror, but it's where I was. I haven't actually, well, actually, no, I did beat it with, after I changed everything. I'm looking for buttons. The buttons are, how do things? Oh. Oh. Thanks for being, you know, a raider and a watcher and all that. Yeah, so the water goes down every time you click a button. Of course, my sanity's getting low. Oh no! Actually, I can cheat. Well, cheat's the wrong word. Hello. Yeah, this can also manipulate lights, cupboards, doors, windows. Hello. Can I grab this? It's too close to her, huh? Whatever. I'll have to fix that little bug where it's too close to her. It's a steampunk game, so you can see the steampunk city out here. Can't leave the building. The building is what powers, you know, is where the curse is. So if you leave the building, you won't have the curse on you anymore and you'll die. But yeah, so far the estimated release this is about 15 months from now. Whee! Where you at? Add in all these buildings, so now it's really hard to spot her. So she's much more of a problem. Boink. Get to the lights. The only lights in this room are the ones about the door and then these roving cubes, so You gotta kind of run with it. Hello. Right away. Oh no. My cube. Not your cube, my cube. Hello. I don't know why that one was able to be grabbed like that, but sure. Drop this right here. I should be watching it more often than I'm doing. That's my problem here. Oh no, don't fall in the water! Ah! Normally Poppet's killed by water, but I actually have all the tarot cards enabled, so I'm actually just immune to the water, but you're actually trying to get immunity to water by this point, so this is just me cheating. Oh no! I'm a cheater. Can I get back out? Maybe. Swimming is so hard. Why is swimming so hard? Alright, well, we'll cheat and use a light. I didn't equip it fast enough. I got fish closer. The room is much harder now. I think it's because the lights get caught on things. Also, make it froze, but or not. Well, I equipped it in time. Well, but not really that fast. Oh well. So sad. I can try the first chapter to show off some of the things. See if it freezes again. Maybe it happens. It happens. It happens a lot. So anyway, what do you do, Patos? You game dev? You just do you play games or so? Everybody plays games. If you play games, what do you play? I guess. Basically, what were you streaming? There we go. I knew there was the correct question in there somewhere. I blame the alcohol. I haven't had enough of the alcohol. See, if I had more of the alcohol, everything would make more sense right about now. Should probably get more. I was about to, but then you showed up and I was like, oh, well, I'll show this. And I was like, oh, I guess there's a little bit left in there. That's fair. I'm gonna make a mess. It wasn't that much though. It was very sad. You're a musician? Let's play indie dev? Oh, nice. Kind of music. What you do? I'll do the tutorial room here. This room so far doesn't break. Question mark. All right. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. And a fan favorite. Stealth mode. Not really stealth, but stealth mode anyway. Yes. Mostly live improv things. And I started as a raid thing on Twitch. Me over here too. Nice. Kit could definitely use more people over here. I swear, it's... I mean, after you factor out the population of bot and people with names that would have got them banned on Twitch, pickings are a little slim. Yes. Yes, indeed. So as I was saying, magician can also act as a traversal thing here by manipulating drawers, cupboards, things like that. It goes. Yay! Could have just grabbed this. How I didn't. Oh no, I'm so bad at my game! You always have to sound like you're falling really far whenever you fall. You don't use kick, Buzzy, but you could. I'm just saying, you could. I figure it cost me 0 extra to stream to Kick too, because, you know, I'm already streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and it's just click one extra button. Like, I mean, like, actually saying that, I have a start all other outputs anyway, so it's just, it's the same button for all of them. Playing Fish on Kick? This nice new people on here? Oh, nice. Yeah. I've streamed on Kick a fair amount, but I really haven't gained much traction on Kick, per se. I'm so bad at my game. Oh, no. I'll use my blimp to get back up because I can't play my own game. But yeah, the game dev community is small on Kick. Yes. Very, very small. I've slowly been convincing various Twitch game devs to move over, though. I mean, you might as well double dip, right? There's no reason not to. Yay, city! This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Bubbles. Bubbles. Yay! That's right. Dipping many pots. Hell yeah. I still have to add Rumble and TikTok to my streaming thing too. I haven't done that yet. Soon, soon. I don't know if my connection will handle more than 5 at once, but maybe it will. I tried doing shorts on YouTube. That was a bust. As far as streaming to them, you can stream to shorts and everything, but it is just... I just found it that my content's terrible for that, because how in the world are you ever going to watch me game dev in a short? Like, we need a poo? Yeah. Gotta get some of that honey, if you know what I'm saying. My. Because, you know, Bezos, you know, isn't giving me enough. That's what I'm saying. Oh, this can also make cubes too. It goes. You can then throw for profit. You can also, you know, stack them to get places too if you want. Hell yeah. You got me. I wish Twitch had like lots of good honey over there on it, but I'm a little secret. Twitch don't pay so hot. It does pay better than YouTube and Kick so far for me, but you know, those numbers. Whew, let me tell you. We had a... I was discussing it yesterday, that the fact that I'm pretty certain if I just went and begged in the street, it would make more money than Twitch does for me. 100%. 100%. Especially if I made a video about begging in the street about how that makes more money than Twitch. He would probably do it just to be in the video. That'd be hilarious. Don't see myself doing that because it's still weird to beg in the street, but it would be funny. Someone else is welcome to that. You to honey producers? I mean, technically you're not wrong. Right? I mean, all the people watching are the honey producers. The honey being, you know, ad revenue mostly. Occasionally subs, but mostly ad revenue. Let's see if this room breaks. I don't know what was causing that break earlier. Might just need to reset. Well, actually, I reset the engine because it crashed. Yeah, right here. So for some reason, it's crashing on this chapter, and I don't know why. It didn't at the start of the stream. So clearly, I'm a bad programmer and I made it worse. Anyone right there? I'm going to take a quick bio break while it boots up. I'll be right back.
let's see how many more times I can crash it, right? As long as you're nice to us, you're hearing me. I don't know if Twitch chat actually likes that over there. I mean, so far, as best I can tell, Twitch chat just likes any attention. YouTube chat doesn't usually talk ever. There's like a couple of them, but most of them just like to, like, you know, they're happy as long as you don't look directly at them. Like they just kind of like, you know, all funnel in at the start and they just kind of surround the room like they're like all hooded people. And then they just watch the whole time. And if you look too close at one of them, it's like, you know, they're kryptonite or something like that, and they just kind of, you know, fade out of existence or something. It's really weird. And then at the end of the stream, they all just kind of funnel out. No words are spoken. No words need to be spoken. I understand. And half the people on Kick, you know, they so far have been bots and people with names that would have got them banned on Twitch. I talked to a guy who what was his name? Oh, was it Australian Painter was right. Why was that his name? Because his other name, Austrian Painter, was right. Got him, you know, got banned. Yes. It's pretty cool though. Some of the bots will actually do clips for me. I don't know why, if they don't ever clip anything interesting, but you just have to understand each of the groups, I've decided. Can't wait to see what the other groups are like too. Oh my god. It'll be wild. I should I'll have to follow you, Quatos, so I can check out your stream. Yeah, pretty much Kill Cutie. Yeah, it's just I think Twitch chat likes negative attention. I really do. Like, to be fair, I think they might just like any attention. They're definitely the most needy of the three, by far. You must pay attention to Twitch chat, you know. Left alone. It's like leaving a kid surrounded by a bunch of knives and things like that. It isn't going to go well, okay? Like, you got to pay attention to them. But right now there's like 29 people watching on YouTube and they haven't said a word for like, I don't know, 4 hours or something. They just watch. As a running gag at this point, as far as that one's concerned, I've explained to them, like, there's some people what they over on YouTube, they fall asleep during streams, and I tell them that if they do that, you wake up in my stream because I'm like an SCP streamer, and that I'm actually really just streaming only to them. And well, good morning, sunshine. And you know, some of them stay because of that. It's just funny. I don't know. Sure. Now you know. I mean, there are worse faces to wake up to, I'm just saying. I could be my very own YouTube creepypasta, which would be awesome. 10 out of 10 would creepypasta again. I didn't check to see what caused this bug last time. I mean, all the changes I made were to the map. Is a theory, right? So it would have to be something along those lines. This was happening yesterday. I guess I wanted to crash again intentionally, but this time I need to actually remember to save the stupid log file. Because if I don't save the log file, then this will do me no good. Oh, well, let's just break the game again. I'll just start from this room and I'll leave this one open in case the game works, and I'll continue a tour if it does work by just leaving this open and this open. And as long as I do that, I can technically beat the game. Alright.
Ghetto tour continues. Ghetto tour is where everything breaks every 5 seconds. At least I know it's not the engine being, you know, active too long. We do have to deal with those screen messages. Keep forgetting about them. Cheating and double jumping. Nice. Pick up the ledges. It's still a little weird. Beautifully, and 10 out of 10. It's cheating, apparently. Last time I got like almost this entire room before it froze. It's like there's just a sudden lag spike, so I'm assuming that that's what's causing it. It's just occasionally the lag spike overwhelms it. It does have to check the maps periodically every time I get one, so maybe that's just it. Maybe it's just every time I hit a map thingy. Whee! Actually, I'll moon him.
The moon!
The moon makes clones of Poppet. But the enemies will attack, and then you can detonate for fun, too. You can go... and they blow up. Yay! Or just throw a mean dance party. Wee! Woohoo! Yippee!
I gotta get all the Mario noises.
Have Poppet say them, obviously in a woman's voice, but you know. Maybe. Of course, knowing Nintendo, I'd probably get sued, but still. Bet the FPS is hot garbage. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. I mean, you know, I get much better when I'm not streaming, of course, but also if the game's ever packaged, but I'm not going to be packaging it until that bug's gone, obviously. I can't even play the game. It's so bad. I'm so bad. The game's much easier than I make it look. I'm just thought I'd point that out. Actually, to be 100% fair, I have never let anyone else play the game, so I really don't know if that's a true statement I made. Maybe it's actually harder than I think it is. To be fair, there hasn't been much point in having people play the game yet, because it's so much changing every time. It's like, well, why would I have you test something that won't even be there later? Soon, though. Soon. Can we crash the game? Can we crash the game? You finally package it? You have new bugs? Yeah, 100%. I've packaged the game before, back when Chapter 1 was largely finished, but to be fair, I've made changes since then. A lot of changes, so I fully expect it to be a catastrophe as soon as I package it. Yeah. I know how it's gonna go. I'll probably package it this weekend and see what it is. I have to do a bunch of writing this weekend too. I have so much stuff to get done before that. The Epic Mega Grant proposal, because I have to have a demo for them. I have to have a trailer for them. I have to create a budget for them. And I think that's pretty much the big three that are going to be the biggest problems. Obviously, the demo is going to take me the most effort. Breaks right there. So that's obviously a concern that I have. once I have that done, like, I'll have so much free time by comparison. Actually, I'll probably go back to streaming 5 days a week for certain. I've been only doing 4 because between my regular job plus this, and then having to get those done, I have not had the time. Not at all. Let's launch the game again, and while it's launching, we can look over the documentation. What's that documentation? But yeah, I'm not looking forward to that part. Realistically, I need to have a demo ready for them in about 2 weeks. I still got to get the other crap done. I still got to make a trailer thing for them, or whatever video to showcase the game. So it's gonna have to be, well, enough to convince them to give me like 25K. So that's simple. Like, it's gotta be enough to convince them to do that. That's what I'm aiming for. See if I can get it. I might get it. Game gonna get a lot better if I get a bunch of money. Right now, the budget of the game is like a 6-pack, or sorry, 12-pack, and determination. And I drank the 12-pack a long time ago. So mostly we're just on the determination part of the budget. So the amount of money sunk into this game is, well, I mean, my whole game dev career has been like maybe around $1,000, and it was not this game that ate the money either. Failed game. Failed in that I didn't even bother to release that one. It didn't deserve to be released, to be fair. Maybe in the future. I think the idea was sound. I think the execution was trash. Such trash. Much wow. It's the exact problem I had last time. I really do think it's just something to do with that map. And you're having to call it every time, because the second I started making it call it all the time. Actually, I mean, you know, I've been doing game dev since what, 2019? Like, somewhere close to that? Maybe, yeah. And over that time, I mean, you know, games cost a lot of money, unless it's like, you can do things to reduce the cost of your games quite a bit. Most of the time, you have to pay in time to reduce the cost of your games. That's really what it is. You could hand make the stuff yourself. But however, if you're like a solo dev like I am, where you just make everything, or you do everything, I should say, you already don't have a lot of time. And you have to do everything. So, if you can take a shortcut... So sometimes I buy things. Not always, but sometimes I do. So I handmade important characters like Poppet, but I didn't hand make everything. Like I made Tinka over here, the ghost girl who lives in the paintings. The ghost girl waifu. She's just floating there doing her thing. She's like, I gotta fix her model. Her hair sucks. Also, she spins her head in weird ways. Don't worry about it. I don't know why. It's because I need to actually give her a better pose thing, but... I'm making multiple, that's fair. Yeah, I make sort of things. Like, I made the painting things here and everything like that. There's all the stuff for them. I make these weird, you know, Tesla coils and stuff. I make some of the stuff. If it doesn't exist, I make it. If it does exist, I don't make it. Yep. Well, yeah, it totally sucks because, you know, if you try to put hair physics on it, it breaks. So I need to import a new model with the... I don't want the hair attached to her. I want the hair separate, like with Poppet. So this way, I don't have to keep redoing, well, the rest of her. Just her hair. To be fair, her hair is under that hat, but I can also attach the hat on top of it just like I do with Poppet here, you know, because, I mean, if you'll notice, she's got a full hat too. So, I mean, I can just go... Now she has a hat too, so I can easily do the same thing with Tinka over there. And I just haven't re-imported it because I haven't really cared at the moment. I have to do a bunch of models. I can make a bunch of enemies and things too. I mostly make the female dolls and teddy bears and chess pieces, like, because I have my Red Queen, so I'll show you like the kind of chess piece I'm talking about. Yeah. I mean, I can't apply class physics to it or it breaks. That's why she doesn't have physics on her hair. That's why I have to put the new model in. without hair attached to it. The biggest mistake ever, attaching hair directly to the model. I would do different outfits, but I don't have the resources to pull that off. I just don't. Like, I was gonna have like 22 different outfits because I just go full magical girl with Poppet here, but the problem is I really just don't have the money or the time to pull that off. I know I don't, so instead we stick with hats and weapons. Good enough, right? This is like a concept area, like the 3rd chapter, and like you're trying to get a train to go through this castle and break your way in. I haven't put a barrier or anything to break yet, but at the top is a chess piece. You'll see what I mean. Which is cool. I just laid out some concept areas, so I don't even know what this bottom area is going to be like totally, but I didn't even bother to put both sides out on there. This is my concept area for the 3rd boss fight. Obviously, it's just a look chess pieces and a throne that she appears on. Yep, this is my red queen. I haven't bothered to put any physics on her, though. I think I foolishly imported her with her hair, which is a mistake. But she should be fun. She has no mechanics yet programmed. She has no AI at all, but those are the kind of living chess pieces that I make, which I thought were cool. Yeah, this area is super concept-y. I'm gonna build a little train out here. I need to get a western train, I think. I was gonna build a little city out here and everything, and all these things, those rooms here. It was gonna be interesting, with chess pieces and checker pieces and battling each other over and the sections, and you know, just stuff. But yeah, not there yet. I also have a concept for the 4th chapter as well, but I usually don't showcase that because people don't want spoilers. So I try not to do that to people. I've been told they don't want spoilers. Why in the world is that taking up space? But the actually surprised me how the 4th area is actually made, right? I have a space for the reason why you collect the crystal balls. A place for if you collect all 22 of the tarot cards. Not every version of them, you only need 20, no, just 22 of them. You don't have to collect all 66 versions of them. And then I have the space for, well, a concept area for the final, well, for the battle of that chapter, not the final fight of that chapter, but for an earlier fight in that chapter. And a model for the boss that I don't like. So that fight's gonna be wild. I can't program the fight until I have finished making all the tarot cards, though. That fight's gonna be wild. Alright, so I guess I just disconnect this map. Like, I don't know what's causing this error, but it has to be something to do with this map. Just 100%. It's not this spawn sound crap. No way. But I'm missing out on giving the big tour. I remember that one time I did the full like 2-chapter tour because it actually worked. And I got all the way through 2 chapters. I mean,
such as they were. There were no bosses, obviously, but it took like 4 hours or something. And I didn't get everything. I just had everything unlocked to start with, and there's no story, and I know exactly where to go. So I mean, given those things, I imagine it's going to be a lot longer for a normal person to go through it. I mean, if I didn't have everything unlocked, it would take me a lot longer to accept the backtrack all the time as well. Solve all the puzzles. It would not be easy, no. God, this map has been so many problems. What's the quickest way to disable the mini-map? The HUD. Because every single thing that alerts the mini-map has to go through the HUD, because the HUD's the only thing with reference to the mini-map, so... If I just go along here and just break this one reference... Let's see if I can beat it with now without that. I mean, okay, I guess I'm compiling that too, sure. Because this should completely break it. We're gonna play from this spot, because I'm tired of that other room. Alright. Onward to glory. Or crashing, you know, whatever. But it was working yesterday, and then I did things today, so clearly my mistake was everything I did today. Which means I probably need to take the map and make it much more efficient, just less references to things. This is the Hierophant room. The Hierophant makes possessed objects behave while it's active. Otherwise, they'll throw you, so I highly recommend, you know, not getting thrown. I also need to remove the little message on those things that's telling what they're doing, because that's just annoying. But I'm in a hurry, so... Whoa, oh, I touched the side there. I guess I gotta make this room larger, huh? That's obnoxious. Let me fix that bug, too. I thought I fixed this bug, but apparently... You can still touch the despawn, which means it just needs to be bigger. Oh yeah, you can totally touch that. That's nuts. So if that's the case... Let me enlarge this one a bit. Yeah, put it in the wall. Maybe too far. There was a bug where you'd walk into a room and it would spawn a bunch of things, but if you walked out of the room and then walked back in, it wouldn't spawn them again. So to fix that, I set it to just spawn all the time, or to respawn everything. But if you touch the edge, it seems to despawn a bunch of crap. Not anymore. Wait. Nope, I did it again. Yep, it's too close still. Oh, I see, I can see it up there. Oh, I needed a smaller cube. Isn't bug hunting fun? Thought I hit play, but it's not.
That's why this mouse just doesn't always trigger the button. Like, it's kind of not a very good mouse. Cheat and get over here. For the new people, this is my Annabelle reference. What it says in the cage in the War Museum. Sorry, not the cage. The case in the War Museum. You know anything about Annabelle? She's angry. Also, the boss of the game, jam game that this was originally based on. So long ago. First time you encounter Charlotte. I don't know, it seems to be working now, but except for it's not centering. I don't know how alert does cause it not to center though. Like, of all things not work, it's kind of strange. Let me turn the slide on. Wheel of Fortune rolls dice. The white dice heal you. Black dice deal damage to things nearby based on the damage to you. Oh, based on the number you roll. I just need it for healing right now, though. Also, there's no secret. No secret here. Charlotte's just crawling around through the smoke, so, you know, try to stay out of it. Get my curse back. It's actually a key over there. I never get this key. Suppose I go get it. Does that cheat with double jump? Or you can easily make that. Control room can't make you. What? Oh, that's right. The depths. No, the yeah, control room. I'm dumb. Get my sanity back. You have a couple options here. There's actually a secret passage down there if you want to take it. But if you want it, you're going to have to lure Charlotte away. Because if you don't lure Charlotte away, well, she'll just kill you. Don't let her catch you. Guarding the exit. Or you can go out that way and you can progress on. Going this way gets you a bonus key and ability and everything. And unlocks a shop too. So, it does have an upside if you want to go to it. Once you get inside here, you're safe, but you know. I'm pretty certain that disabling the minimap thing fixed the bug, right? Nope. What prophetic timing on that one, right? I literally say that just... Yeah, about that. I should almost leave the log open, because if the log is open, then I can actually see it a little better, I think, than this other thing here. Something ain't working. Something ain't working indeed. Oh, back to the regular music. On Kick it's called a host. It's interesting. I just call him a raid now at this point. But turns out Kick probably is not allowed to use the term raid because they probably get sued or something. I still have to figure out so many things with Kick and how it works. So it's only on chapter 1, and the only difference on chapter 1, I mean, there's plenty of differences in chapter 1, who am I kidding? But the map was still working. It's just heavy. I should have left the output log open. Usually the log has here are the current problems here with some structure thingies, but those aren't usually what causes a collapse like that. No struck collectible info. Poppet Quest player controller has an issue with it. I mean, I might as well fix them, sure, but I'm pretty certain that's not the issue. Because those were there before, so. That being said, it doesn't hurt to fix bugs. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Oh, you got him with a B one. B hat, nice. It's pretty funny. I like it. Don't know if you want to show it on stream or not. I'll show it on stream if you want. If not, there's fun too. Yeah, I saw it. Where does this even make use of that? There's interface calls here. Get collectible info. I don't actually want to do anything with that. I just wanted that. It wants you to refresh each of these. Basically, I'm just going down the list here and grabbing each of these error files. Everything's taking account for a few battle systems kind of overwhelming. I said it, yeah, they're rough. Like the people, they get super gung ho about it, and they just don't realize how many numbers are involved. And it's balancing those is the worst. Also, made everybody's the same battery low, so I'm swapping them. I mean, like even this, I was gonna have like all these levels, and I was like, I'm just gonna make it a collectathon because balancing a collectathon is a lot easier than collecting, you know, level gain. It's not incredibly easy, but it's still easier than that. I'm honestly of the opinion that you should just use someone else's RPG system, then build on top of that, just to save all the stat work and everything. There's so many RPG in the cans that did all that work for you. Because you can build a unique combat system, just why do all the stat work? I'm really thinking this map is causing me some issues. Something I added. I hear you on that one. Getting things done by September? Yeah. Turns out that's just a little bit important with all that money on the line. Poppet. So maybe the problem is that I should just make it so that Poppet doesn't update the map as often. Because that seems to be where everything started going south. Like it does it too often and it confuses it. Should be those treasure indicators too. Because they're a little bit heavy. I mean, I was doing this before, it just... I hadn't put any items in there yet, I guess. The map sections aren't named the same thing as the, Yet I still have to rifle through all of them because they don't match the map cubes, right? So since they don't match, the only way I can do it is to check if they have a similar thing on them. I can't just, you know, run with it. Because I added this, which, you know, alert the mini-map. So whenever something updates, it would do that. On the item collected. I'm just assuming that every time... Well, actually, I'm hitting the map thingies, right? Because it's not breaking when I'm collecting something. It's breaking when I'm moving places. And what that means is that I'm actually collecting the room infos. Not room, sorry, the map cubes, right? They're, you know, representing each of the little squares on the map that are supposed to show up on there. These things. And I can't see where they're at without changing some things to see, but I'm pretty certain I hit one of them and it screws it up. I'm almost certain that's what's happening. It's the only that makes sense. But what did I change here that screws this up? Thanks as well, Saints Resolve. How's it going? Nothing on here should be all that bad. And do I have this should be fine. A single call to do I have this wouldn't crash anything. Giving myself an item to then update map cube is the one that causes the problem. The update map cube is right here, and that's up there. Where is update map cube? It's somewhere. Oh, there's a room information graph. How many graphs? This is what alerts the mini-map and triggers to go through every single one of the map thingies to find stuff. I presume that's just too heavy. I guess I could just eliminate this and see if, like, having... Like, I broke it on there, but what if I just break it across the board here? Oh, actually, oh, wait, there's something I can do here. I think I have an idea what might be causing this problem. It might be something dumb, because I had set it up for testing purposes, and to show off what I was doing, so I could keep track of things. I suspect the real problem... Where the map section's at. Right here. I put this thing on here so they could all check and double, so that, things like that, so I could look at the map and see where everything is at, right? Because that was a problem I was having, because I really wanted to see where everything was. And over on here, because they're all set up, I can see where everything is, because I have this set up to test and show. But in doing so, every time they load up, it runs all of them again, which means they're incredibly heavy. So if I want to test, I should set it like this so it's not doing that, because revealing the other was good just for setting it up. Obviously, I couldn't know what to do. But now, I would be in utter shock if that wasn't the problem, because now I remember how heavy that is. Like, that is really heavy. Because what it's really doing, for those people keeping track, is every one of these is triggering it across the board there, you know, and there's, you know, so there's 110 of these, right? And then unfortunately, on this map thing here, there's actually one for every floor, so it checks all of them. There's actually only 7, supposedly, on this one, but actually, to be fair, it looks like it's the same size, whatever the case. But there's 110 on each of these, so, you know, there's like, you know, 770, it looks like. Actually, 880 falls to that every time. That didn't need to be there. So I'm pretty certain that was breaking it. And we're going to go through the worst room right now and see if that broke it or not. Because it might work. It might just work. This room is broken more than any other room. And the quickest. By a disgusting amount. So. Maybe. And the map still works. Find out. I mean, that is incredibly heavy. So. I'm gonna laugh if that's what it was. A convenience for me in order to make it easier to set up. Causing the nope, it is not a convenience for me that did it. Huh. Wow, I thought for certain that would have caused it. That was bad news right there. Not bad news enough, evidently. What's it say? I'll keep another backup of these files here. Huh. Well, it's no fun if it works all the time, right? As long as it works some of the time, question mark. I should make those one things visible to see if if the game breaks when I hit one. Because these log files are worthless. They aren't saying what caused the actual error that broke it. They're just saying a bunch of errors that wouldn't break it. No, the actual new one's this one. I was opening the wrong one. I love block traversal has some problems. Can't find error? Really? I mean, all these are level lock traversable crap. That's actually programmed by Epic, so I'm not worried about it. Usually at the bottom there's an error that just says, hey,
Like, this is like a fatal error kind of thing, you know? It's like, what will crash it?
instead, there is no such error. That's what's crazy, is there's no such error that would actually cause it to crash.
Wish it color coded it for me. It's so much nicer if it color codes it. One thing I haven't done in a while is this.
Something broken? I do this periodically, but it doesn't always find the stuff. But let's give it a second to find its references here. Because this means it could be looking for something that's not there. Yeah. I'll run it again in a second to get the failed to load assets. I'm afraid this part won't be the most interesting part, that's for certain. Usually just do it again and it finds the failed to load assets. It just has a hard time loading all of them at once. Yeah, my thing is I don't really delete anything that was being used. I didn't even remove anything to my knowledge, but you never know. Sometimes I put people's, asset packs in there and the asset packs are garbage. That causes issues, so, you get used to it. Stuff happens. The worst part about the crash like this, though, is I have to keep running a test to see if it crashes again. But thankfully that one room crashes it quick, so I think it's map related. I really do. But to be fair, I wasn't even updating. Well, I was updating it there, actually, but I removed the heaviest thing, and that should have been a likely culprit, but any more? I'll run it a third time just to be certain there's no more, because it's having some problems here. At some point I'll clean this project up again. Probably pretty soon, actually, because of the fact that I'm going to want to make a playable demo. So I'll do a migrate to see what's actually there. Keeps finding more stuff. I'm just going to keep running it until it stops finding something, because you'd think it would find everything, but it doesn't do that. But if it keeps finding crap, then I'm going to keep running it. Well, it looks like it's finding the same kitchen sink one over and over. Okay, what is this? And why are we getting it over and over? Why can't you delete it, Epic? I say Unreal. I'm taking a screenshot to be certain that I've deleted it once already. I think I have. Yeah, it's the same ones. It keeps trying to delete them, but it can't. Alright, well, that's weird. Must have become corrupted somehow. I can also migrate it to a new project, but if I'm gonna do that, I won't waste time doing it on stream, because that is slow. I don't think anybody wants to watch that. It takes forever to migrate to a new project. It'd probably take me like 20 minutes. I mean, I would just chat with people during the time, I guess. It's not like the worst, but I'd rather figure out the problem before I do that. Also, if I do that, then I gotta migrate over everything I want to use to build levels anyway, so there's that problem. I end up migrating half the crap anyway. To be fair, half the time the weird things are broken in these too. I don't think those are what caused it, though. I'd be surprised if it was the case. But I can really disable the minimap here. Actually, we know what I want to do? I want to make these visible. Wait, this is a collision button? Wait. Can you see a collision in game? Well, not on this map I can't, because it's not on these maps, but this map. Okay. So every time I cross one of these, we'll see if it breaks the game during that. So I'm assuming that's what's happening. If I hit a line and it goes pop, it's the map, or the map cube itself, and basically the map system. Something I'm doing is incredibly heavy. Or it's creating a null value or something. I don't think I hit one there. I didn't see a... Well, the problem with that is that I was in a pipe, and the pipe's not going to show me the outlines of all those. So what I should have been... That was stupid. I should have just been running it outside of the pipe so I could see what the dumb outlines were. All these warnings are from that level block traversable. Those are on like tick too. Like when Epic programs stuff, they do a crap job. You'd be amazed how unoptimized the garbage they hand us is. Like, sure, Fortnite runs great, but if it's not Fortnite, they're just like, we're gonna put this on event tick. That'll be fine. We'll just get every actor that has a level block traversable on it. Every frame? Yeah, why not? Kind of heavy, right? Okay, well, as long as we settle that. 30 minutes into 3 hours real fast? Hey, a 3-hour nap don't sound so bad to me. I'm down. I would sleep a lot longer than 3 hours at this point. I would just be like, bah, and that would be the end of that. I don't know when I'd wake up at this point. It'd be a long, long sleep. A good sleep. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to meet someone around 2, so it will not be the case there. I'll probably end up sleeping 4 hours, go meet them, do some great, then come back and sleep a couple more hours, and then come back and stream. That'll be my day tomorrow. Maybe I can convince them to drop by my house and meet me. It's so much easier. Save myself half an hour of driving. Let me tell you about how half an hour of driving is overrated when you only slept like, 4 hours and then you're trying to get home to sleep like a couple more. That extra half an hour is rough. A lot of times I'm streaming like 10 plus hours. Like yesterday I hung out in that guy's stream for like an hour and a half because he was telling me all about his game. And his game's cool, it's a lot of stuff, but I was so tired I was like, oh, why? Why are you telling me about this right now? I don't care right now. I want to go to sleep. Oh my god. It did not break hitting a line. It broke in the center of one. Huh. I mean, I guess to be fair, it might take a moment to update all the map cubes, but it shouldn't take that long. You think the nap is ally? I was born in the nap, molded by it. I don't think the nap is my ally. I think the nap is a stranger that I don't even know. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a stranger with chloroform does bring naps. That is true. You're not wrong. You're most certainly not wrong. And so far, this whole stream has been led to a broken game. It's where something I've done just doesn't lead the right way. It's so obnoxious. Nat Fairy's Harry Ball. Harry Ball, man with a rag and a bottle of chloroform. I mean, it could also be the Tooth Fairy, too, you know? Shows up and chloroforms you, takes your teeth, and leaves. How do we know they're not one and the same? You can bring a set of pliers, it'll work out. These are important questions one must ask. As a kid, were you missing teeth because you lost them, or did the Tooth Fairy chloroform you and steal them? Any crash is going to be at the bottom. But it's just text render things and the level block traversables. But again, those aren't what's breaking things. Because if they were, they would have broke it on chapter 2 as well. What's on chapter 1 that's so different than chapter 2? And why does it always break in the center of that one room? Like, what's so big on that one room that's like it's been that same, well, maybe not necessarily that same spot, but it's pretty close to that same spot. Oh, nothing important. Because all they've done today is mess with the map as far as the code goes, and then the room info thing. But the room info triggers almost never. And I've had that code work before, and it didn't do any problems there. But last time I worked on the map, it did this exact same problem, and I backpedaled because I did it very quick. I was really early into the stream, rather than solve what the mystery was behind what could cause this. Oh, this is wrong map. Hey, delete that one. Maybe. The thing is that I actually changed zero code on the map today. None of this code was changed. Actually, that's a slight lie. I made a reference to this event here instead of just directly dragging it down, since it's not really a change for the most part. So none of this is likely to be the culprit. How's that? Because it didn't change, so why would it be a culprit? Try to put a bunch of, you know, print strings at various points, but they're all gone now. Well, information on the map section's changed. I added a few extra locations. To show where things were. Well, okay, I added the some of the items. Some of the items are already there, though. Let's do a test here. I'm going to load the previous version of the game from yesterday. And we're going to see if it breaks. Right? If it breaks, then the problem was something before that. I don't recall it breaking earlier in the day, but it's possible that's the case. So let's just load that version, see what happens. Let's think about things like this, where the crash is like this, since it's not giving me a record in the log file to say what's crashing it. The only strategy I can do is try to eliminate potential causes. Yeah. Fixing these particular bugs is awful because, well, you gotta watch the engine reboot like 9 million times. Nice to get to talk. Imagine if I wasn't streaming, what I would be doing during this time. I'd be watching going, alright, restart. Alright, you got this. Alright, we're doing it again. Cool. Sweet. Now I can at least talk with you guys so you can share in my pain. Misery loves company. Nah. I love streaming. And I'm used to these kinds of problems. I mean, you know, that's just part and parcel in the world of game dev. You get used to this kind of issue. Not the worst one. I remember there was when I was building a random world generator for like RPG Maker. I think I spent like 6 months in that thing. It had what was known as the 7-minute bug. It eventually became a much longer bug, but what happened is the entire world would collapse after 7 minutes. So in order to run the test, I'd have to run the test for 7 minutes every time. Eventually, it grew to 12 minutes. So I had to run the test every 12 minutes. I think eventually it hit like 30 something, and then eventually it became stable and could run forever. Thus allowing me an infinitely large map in RPG Maker. I broke that poor engine. I broke it, kid. Of course, you know, the coolest thing in that is lamer than the crappiest thing in Unreal Engine, but, you know. There was a time when that was what I did for fun. In my delusions of thinking JavaScript was a good language for game dev. Spoiler, it's not. Hey, Loposian. How's it going? You're just in time to see the, see if this version breaks like the other version. I have a game-breaking bug that I can't seem to lock down. How's your morning going, or day, or night, or whatever it is for you at the moment? Actually, for you, it's probably morning, right? Quite soon. Just woke up, feel fresh. What's that like? I have questions. I have so many questions. I managed to get 6 hours sleep. It was great. And I got up and did work. I did not feel fresh. I might have smelled fresh, but that'd have been true. Very true. Fresh as a daisy. Well, you know it. Alright. Let's go run here and see if it breaks. We breaking? We breaking? I've yet to successfully get through this room on the other version, so clearly, if I can get through this room, then I can consider it fine. Meaning that something in my map is trash. I mean, to be fair, it's looking like something in my map was trash, because, well, all the code was changed on Poppet, so I gotta compare Poppet's code, I guess. Maybe go back and check my own stream. 3 p.m. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I can get by at 3 p.m. You gonna pull your hat out, lady? I often wake up around 3 p.m. Then I got up at 4, but I also went to sleep at 10 a.m., so... Is this light not working either? Yeesh. So many problems. Good to see that's a different problem. I doubt this will spawn on time. Yeah, it didn't. I didn't expect that light not to work. Oh, so many bugs lately. Imagine things unironically working. Who does that? That's weird. Oh, where'd you get through this room then? I'm just gonna cheat my way through this room now. Whee! He's on fire. I still remember that old basketball game like NBA Jam, the he's on fire thing. Yes. I can remember when arcades existed. I feel old. Arcades were cool. You got to talk to people and hang out in real life. That was sweet. That was when I used to go outside. Now I have goblin tunnels and never ever see people anymore. It's safer that way. Yes. Imagine unironically going outside. Gross. Okay, I think we're gonna agree that something I did today causes the bug. Right? I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. Even though the light's not working right. Right. I don't know what's wrong with the lights. So many things were working and now they're not. Thankfully, I can still use the devil to cheat, so... Which is, you know, fitting for the devil when you think about it. Right? Of course, the particle fort's insane and impossible to see, but... It'd be cool if I just gave Poppet, like, a demon form or something like that so she could live in the darkness. That'd be sweet. Could you imagine? Demon Poppet? Demon Pop. Yeah. Or Popmon. Or D-Pit. Well, after she went for a walk. Spending the night for just self-reflection, thinking about life. Go to bed around 6 a.m. I function recently. Oh, man, that sounds nice. I can get behind that. Imagine, you know, having a life and going outside and I just go to my other job. NBA Jam was the only sports game I liked? Hell yeah. And they had it at the college I went to. Oh my god. In between classes, I wrecked people. Probably because we only had a couple games there and they were not... There was like, what? X-Men vs. Street Fighter and like that. And everything else was like crap. Next year, so many fresh times and they'll get sleep. Yeah. Imagine sleep. Okay, so I think we can agree that something I did today caused that bug because this version from yesterday went clean through that room without a problem. And the other one can't get through that room to save its life. Right. Okay. What I changed that can cause the problems? And was what I changed today worth the amount of effort it's going to take to figure this out? Questions, questions. We have so many questions. Sounds like you. Music kind of sad. Anyways, get better. It's kind of sad. It's no good. I mean, you know. Anytime I get to go walk out in the sun, get some self-reflection time, I'm actually quite happy about it. I mean, I ain't rich. The game is nowhere close to being successful. It's not close to being done. But I think of all the things in life and I'm like, you know, life ain't that bad. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I remember once I was like, you know, I was like at the ER because, you know, I was having health problems. I thought to myself, you know, this sucks. It's terrible. And then I heard a nurse grab another nurse and say, we have to go to a room. I can't remember the room number, but they said that this guy is defecating out of his mouth. And I thought to myself, you know, no matter how bad anything is in my life, it ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. And I just remember that day and I think to myself, you know, it ain't that bad.
I don't even know how that happens. I don't even want to know how that happens. That's horrible. So now you know. Think to you can always remember to yourself. It's like, no matter how bad your life is, you aren't defecating out of your mouth. So it can definitely be worse. Food for thought. I had to go there a handful of times due to health problems over the last 5 years, and some of the people they wheel in, I'm just like, wow, I feel like a poser in the face of that. What happened to that guy? I remember one time they wheeled in some homeless guy and his leg was just rotting clean off. I was like, things that I will never forget seeing in my life. It's one of them. I was like, whoa. So you just, I don't care what's wrong with me. You just take that guy first. He needs it, clearly. What the hell? Why am I even looking at it? I don't want to see this. So yeah, I'm just saying. No matter how bad things are, hey, your life ain't that bad. It could be worse. Could delete these from here to see if those cause it, but I could just delete the entire mini map from the HUD. I can also just not load the HUD. But what changes did I make? I know I went and played around with... I played around a lot of random things today, but I'm going to focus on the things that I messed with yesterday and then redid today. Not necessarily in the same way, but since I redid them today and the problem was also happening yesterday, but then I backtracked a version to solve the problem, I'm assuming that it had to be the map, because everything else I did, the room problems like that, all the redesigning of levels, all that wasn't done yesterday. The only thing I did was play around with the map. And the item collected graph was one of the changes I made. So the old version of the item collected graph is here. Yeah. Lock yourself in your minds and illusions. Like I say, the enemy in your own mind is greater than the enemy without every single time. There is no greater enemy than your own mind when it wants to be. Like, it can just create things. It's just real. Like, it can blow things out of proportion. It's just like, it's not that bad, but in your mind, it's the worst thing ever. Sometimes I think the worst thing I could do is spend time thinking about stuff. The more time I spend just thinking about things instead of just doing, the more likely I am to create an obstacle in my own mind that stops me from doing it. So if I just don't do that, it works out a lot better. I'm a little secret, it works out a lot better. Ah, yeah, speaking gems. Yeah, that's true, As they say, you are your own worst enemy, right? It's true. It is true. That's actually just become something I start doing in regular life. It's just, instead of thinking about it, I just immediately go do it. No thoughts, I just do it right now. It's done. I don't have to worry about it. If I don't do that, oh my god. Every day I take to do something that I didn't do there, the percent chance I'm going to succeed goes down. By a noticeable amount. Yes. So if I just do something, I mean, it's just 100% done. I just went and did it, right? But, oof. So now I have the list of things that are going to get done and the list of things that probably won't ever get done. The not so important list, because that's usually how it works. They're the stuff I don't have time to get done immediately, and because of that, I'm unlikely to get it done. I know how it goes. But doing that with game dev also made a big difference too. Just make it, just do it. Just jump in and do it. I mean, there's obviously a list of things that have to get done, so they're not all going to get done at once, and I will have to postpone some things. If those things are postponed, there's a good chance that I don't ever get to them. And what happens is that I actually just kick them off the list. There's a timeline, and I do the important things first, and I have a list of things that I just keep kicking down the road because they're not necessary. And there's a certain point where I just kick them off the list because they're not happening. It helps a lot. You guys think this is so true? Thank you for these thoughts. Really helps. Oh, glad I can help. Yeah. Kind of helps to spread, you know, experiences with people and like that. Kind of show you you're not alone. This. We all have moments where things are not the best, but it will get better. And reality is so much kinder than fiction. Well, the fiction you make in your mind about it, anyway. Alright. And so, item collected here. This whole change here got added. It's possible that's the culprit. I didn't collect the tarot card. It has to be something calling upon the map. I'm assuming. Well, I don't think this is causing it. This makes no sense at this point. This has been in existence the whole time. The only thing that got added was a quick thing here to check to see if it should do it or not. But to tell the mini-map thing, this is what got added. And I think it got added up here too. Yeah, to tell the mini-map when you get a thing like that. So those are... I'm assuming the problem, but there has to be something else. I don't think I made any change to this code. No, this is the same code, and I broke the only change I made right here. Intentionally, because I know how heavy that is, and I'm in utter shock that's not the culprit. Well, let's just remove this from here, I guess. And then... do I have this picked up no code differences? Actually, it got simplified, so it's even better. So it runs less code. Alert the map. Tell the minimap was actually there. I should probably break tell the minimap, to be honest. Like this right here should have been like, this code was already in existence, I think. Alert the minimap, was it? It is. Yeah, so that was already in existence too. That's not the problem. I mean, I just broke this, so I can always re-alert it later, but... you know what I wonder about? Maybe when it's factoring in here and going through all these, maybe having a zero linked is a problem? I mean, I can do a length check. Maybe it's trying to find a zero length here, but to be fair, this code was already there. I don't see how it can be a problem, but sure. Oh.
Well, oh no, that's fine. It would definitely fall still goes down here. Right? Because it is a 0 check, so it would find nothing. To be fair, it's always done this check though and found nothing, so... Is there an empty for this? Oh, cool. There's one for maps too. Hell yeah, thank you. Oh. Not empty. Just to make it cleaner, right? It's rare that I use arrays, but I use map variables all the time. So having one of those is just good times. I never use this code here. Wish I knew what I changed. I changed so much crap today. The save load got changed a bit. This trigger map cube is different now, I believe. So let me double check that. Though that trigger is only when Poppet joins, actually starts the level. So I can't imagine that would be a problem because it does it once. But somewhere it is a problem. I added a delay and that's a change. Somehow I doubt a delay is going to cause the problem now. Well, there's trigger map cube. That's interesting. Tell me about trigger map cube. What's interesting is that it's not when I hit a map cube that it triggers all that code. You would think that would be when it would break if a map cube was at fault. But it's not. Open up the other one, take a look. It's identical. I guess I made some changes already. I guess I should see if those are enough to break it, right? I wish the fatal error would show up in the output log. That would help a lot. You know? That one I'm used to, the Serial's property thing, sure. That's just a struct thingy. That's been in both versions. I tell the enemies to stop spamming their attack. They're right there. Every time. Hmm. I feel like I should fix that level block traversable problem just because it keeps showing up as 9 million messages. Yeah, this is always in play mode. Efficiency, blah blah blah. Those idiots doing their thing. A bunch of reversibles, those idiots again. Text surrender share, load actor. More level box reversible problems as usual. Some variables limited is valid equals false. Interesting. Once again, this is a level block reversible problem. Yeah, none of these are game breakers. In fact, 90% of them are level block traversables being stupid. And then some text renderers. This is puzzling. So anyway, how's everyone doing? Apparently I have lots of time. Man, there's an ad break going on Twitch. Wonder if I need any subs on YouTube. Nope, still need 4 more to get the first level monetization. Someday. Someday. Okay, so the problem is always level block traversable. Kind of want to fix that, just 'cause I'm tired of it. Being dumb. Right. That's in the level block prototyping. But might as well stop this stupid error from clogging up the thing, right? Also, while I'm at it, let's make it so the biteys aren't constantly spamming their crap too, so I have a better idea of what's causing this, because clearly I'm gonna have to solve this problem eventually. Sure. Is this one here? Kind of hard having two of them open because sometimes you can't remember which one's which. Open up the bitey here. So this way, when it crashes again, I'll have to look through like way less stuff. I mean, perhaps there's something wrong with the fifth map, I guess. If I remove, actually I can remove it just fine. Except for it's going to cause an issue with the widget thingy. These widget. Again, that code isn't different, so why would it be a problem there? Well, let's see if it breaks now with fixing those, I guess. I don't think those are really a problem, but I might as well fix it or test them. Not necessarily what I said there, but sure. To the center of the room where it breaks for some reason. I don't know why, but it does. Yeah, right there. Oh, Visual Studio, worthless. I don't know what that. That's worthless. Well, at least I don't have the same stupid error over and over every 5 seconds, right? I mean, there's an is valid thingy that's a new one, but I'm not sure that's an actual bug because it doesn't say warning or anything on it. It's just actually none of this says warning. On the plus side, I can put everything back if, you know, if that's not the problem. I wonder if I can even get this solved tonight. This is... I need a clue for what's causing it. I can just not load her HUD. If I don't load her HUD, then there's no target for the map. Right, because if I just eliminate the minimap ever running, in theory that should fix some stuff. I have to go back to my entire VOD and be like, alright, what caused this? What caused that? Alright, Poppet. I guess I can reconnect this because it doesn't matter. That's clearly not the bug. So far, things have only gotten worse, not better. We don't need no sneaking HUD. I mean, I guess the 5th floor could be messed up. Maybe it's too heavy to have the items on there? To check it, like, it can't be too heavy. I seem to do it less often, I guess, but if I remove the HUD entirely, then there should be no way to reference the minimap ever. It won't show up, so in theory, that should fix the bug, if that is the cause, right? He says, questioningly? You're a confusing bug. Right to the center of the room where everything breaks. Reloading all your meshes. No HUD. It broke with no HUD. There's no way it can be the map at that point. How could it? Not even loading. And the room info would have triggered already. But why this room? What changed that made it such a problem? I mean, this one has access to stuff on the map, right? Like, this is very confusing if this is a bug, because all they did in the early thing was exactly messing with that map. Forcing it to trigger as soon as you step the spot over. And as you can see, the map shows that there's items too, so it's not like there's 0 items. I haven't added all of them in, but I guess the minimap showing little treasures on all of them. Huh. I wish it had any kind of indicator of what the bug was. Any kind of indicator at all. It'd be very handy. I mean, somewhere it must be like getting an invalid thing or something. Actually, wait a second. Maybe the crash handle is worthless. Okay, this is better. For some reason, the crash thingy is the most worthless crap ever. Well, the thing is what? I haven't changed any of the text thingies. So I'm trying to figure out what could possibly be the problem because, you know, well, this couldn't be the bug either because I was like, what would be the insanity text? But the thing is I was running through chapter 2 and the insanity text appeared all the time. I removed the HUD, so nothing on the HUD could be the cause. To be fair, the HUD was working perfectly fine before. There's text on these, but you can already see that they're already working, so I'm not sure what would be the cause there. I was gonna let the insanity run around and see if that causes a problem. I don't think it would because, again, I did on the other. So far, it's something wrong with this floor. Unless this map could somehow get corrupted. Oh, that comes back because I did that, so that's back now. I don't think it's the insanity checks. Not that it's gonna match it would be, but sure. Is it in Patrick's room? It's right along that line. I get close to that side and something must be spawning in around there that's causing the break. But what? The room info would have spawned everything anyway, so the H-load system. The H-load system would spawn something in here.
So something in range of the H to the system there would maybe do it, but what, I haven't added anything. So whatever, doesn't matter. Is it on the crystal ball? I mean, they're the Patrick text renders I added. I didn't have those yesterday though, so those have always been around. There is a toy prison over there, but the toy prison's been there since the dawn of time. I haven't made a single change to it. I mean, the crystal balls have made some changes. I guess I could remove those. The thing is, like, well, they've worked before, but the crystal balls might add... I didn't make any change since then either. But there is a crystal ball within range of the H load right around there. There most certainly is. Of course, it was there before, so again, I don't know how it could have made a problem, but... Use power flicker, let's see how much work I lost. That sucks. You hear that? I'm not sure what I can really debug with it. It keeps crashing before I get any information, so the debug is the log information here. That can be, you know... Well, that's good to hear. This seems like it's going to be quite the problem. Not a C++ project. Appreciate that, but it's no option for C++ on a non-C++ project. Ah. What I would probably do is take an old version of the game, because I have two old versions, so I have ones I can destroy, and start moving things over until I find which thing breaks it. This is probably what's going to end up happening. I just, you know, was trying to avoid that because, well, obviously that will make things. Yeah, I mean, there's not even a code console available if you want to do C++. Not that I know about C++, so it wouldn't be worth the time, but if you make it a Blueprint project, you don't even get any C++ anywhere to play with. You got to open Visual Studio and try to edit your stuff that way. It's champ. So yeah, there is a crystal ball right here. And it has a text render in it. And there's a text render right here too. This has both been here since the dawn of time. I really don't know why it would cause it. But hey. Now,
It's not over there. It's over here. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Best strat ever. Because, I mean, it gets to this point here, so... And the only other thing in here... Is anything spawning here? There's a none spawn on here. Maybe that's causing a bug too, though. I don't know why it crashed in the other rooms if that's the case, but I might as well remove that problem. You know, why not? Ah, nightmare scenarios. Not that. Not that at all. I mean, there is a toy prison nearby, I guess. I mean, it's definitely a text 3D thing from the look of it. I guess I could just delete every text 3D thing I just added for his stuff. That's fair. Why would text 3D have a problem now? And I mean, they're working on the toy prisons, but those things have... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I might know. I think I might know the problem. So, in Epic's glorious wisdom, they made some changes to the Text 3D plugin between 5.5 and 5.6, and I thought I had dealt with every one of these problems like that, because what happened was is when I flipped it over this, I had to remove every single copy of the old one and put a new version in and use new nodes, or it would create a crash that would just, you know, the project would be over. And any map that had one was lost. Even if you deleted the map first, it was still lost. Like, sorry, if you deleted the 3D text thing, still lost. I had to redo a whole bunch of maps because of this stupid bug. There's a little Patrick text over there that I was adding to that wall. They might still be using the old text. How was I even to know? I forgot all about this. Now, that doesn't explain why this bug showed up yesterday, the first time, but if Text 3D is having some issues, I've seen that bug before. So here's to hoping that's it. Again, I have no idea why it suddenly showed up today, even though those have existed the whole time. But hey, whatever. You. Come here for a second. Unholy abomination. You don't look like the wrong version to me. In the old one, it was a variable. And if you look, it's got the new setup here. Discussing, yeah. Damn. They're all the old Patrick texts, and none of them are. Say it's kind of a long shot, but I'm hoping I missed one. The incredibly dangerous bug that just completely destroys your game. These are built into the wall. You aren't, though. How about this one? Now it looks like I did those ones too. Like I say, the material setup changed, so in the other one you just had materials you just picked. But this one you can actually swap between the various things. And that's where the bug came about. They would try to use that variable node instead of what we try to call a variable on instead of set text, and you had to completely delete it out and put new 3D text things in. It would not use the old one, so it remembered the old one just so it can cause a bug. Okay, so that is not the cause. But over here is yet another thing that has text on it. Are you the culprit? Maybe. That's possible. Nope, I made the change here too. Man, I'm a bit lost on this one. The relative scale thing was not a bug, that didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the set text problem. I remember it took days to figure that crap out. Mostly because I had to keep redoing the project over and over because it would reach points where it was impossible to continue. It would just crash upon starting every time. This too is a text 3D component. It's also a set text. Wait a minute, level block's reversible. Come here for a second. Well, level block's doesn't use 3D text, it uses a text render, right? I mean, you'd think it would have broken a long time ago if level block traversable was the issue. Yeah, it's a text render. Yeah, it's a text 3D problem. Just typing text 3D didn't work earlier. I'm gonna disable it and then re-enable it, see what happens. It'll go. Because I use it all over the place. Well, in the worst world, I can always backpedal. Probably. Maybe. I mean, I can always backpedal, obviously. So I have a backup versions. But I'm just trying to see how this could cause a problem, like how the 3D texting can be involved, because the simple reality is that it's not being... It never got changed. Nothing involving it got changed. And that's going to cause many bugs, as you can see. Bad blueprints everywhere. 3D. It is a beta. But to be fair, like 90% of the plugins are beta or experimental, so it's not like I'm going too crazy trying to use it. Well, this has been not a productive day. Started out productive, really productive, and then it wasn't. That's why I'm trying to figure out what could possibly be loading in there, and that's why I did that. Did I not restart this? I thought it restarted you. No, I didn't do that yet. Sure. Because I mean, the age slope would have loaded in that crystal ball, the signs over there. Things that involve the text or anything. The Patrick words on the ground there. There is a toy prison it would load in too. Maybe. That one's pretty far away. I don't even know if it would load in, but I guess it is saying toy prison on it, so I can always move that toy prison really far away and see if that's the culprit. I don't know why it would be, but there's so many of them everywhere. But if that's the culprit, then why is that one causing it and not the one in the carnival room? Because I've been running the tutorial through the carnival room and it doesn't ever crash in that room. And there's toy prison right there. So why one particular one? I mean, they're all the same blueprint. You know? And anytime you see the insanity effect, it loads a disgusting number of those things, so it's not a problem with that either. We hit all mobile objects? You mean delete like everything? Wait, was that what we're doing? We're deleting literally the whole map? I can already tell you that something on this map is causing it because the second map doesn't cause this problem. It's only on this map. So something here is causing it. Specifically here. I don't know what. But something here is the culprit. Oh, there's a crystal ball right there too. Maybe that one's also there. Let's just move those far away. This is well outside of the load range. Ah, yes, kick bots. We just love old kick bots. There's so many bots on kick. This one's actually like ballsy enough to call in kick support. Oh, too. Fantastic. Enjoy your band, random weirdo. That's right, kick the kick bot. There's so many bots on there. It's so dumb. There's so many. I guess there's text on the Tinka's painting too. I used 3D text all over the place, but again, I went through and replaced every single one of these because of the problem it caused. I knew it was a problem, and I went out of my way to fix them all. Yeah, set text is fine. And again, like, why would it be only on this map if that was the case? What's unique to this map is, I think, the question. More importantly, what's unique that loads over in these general vicinities? Is there anything unique in these rooms? I'm going to go through each of these little rooms here. We're just going to float through them all and see if there's something in the toy maze that I'm forgetting about that would have text on it. This is like the way that Tinka's painting thing. This is a drop. Or, yeah, it's a straight drop. The way of the painting. Yep, that's a drop. Nothing in here. Key. Little audio box. Well, there's another crystal ball. Well, you know what? Go away, crystal ball. I'll put it near this one. All these have been here the whole time, though, is the thing that's weird. Like, I don't see how those would be causing the problem. How does changing the map cause that problem? The doors use 3D text, but we're clearly not moving the doors, and the doors haven't caused any other problems, so... Oh. Well, like I say, I don't think it's the mobs. Because they work in the other rooms. It's just in this one room. It doesn't seem to be when they spawn in either, since they literally just spawn in based on the encounter system. Why would they break it only in this room? It's the same mobs, too, from the previous room. There's nothing new in this room. That's what's strange. I'm trying to find something that's unique about, like, this room specifically, and also actually technically down here, too. It would break it out here. But why? Like, that's what I don't quite get. There's nothing unique going on. And no changes were made to any of that sort of stuff. Maybe I will backpedal and just, you know, add things back to see what breaks it. I mean, I forgot about the crystal ball in this room. There was a crystal ball in this room hidden up there. I forgot all that. I never go through the maze, so... Is it those? Are the crystal balls the problem? The weird thing about them being the problem, at least in my mind, is that there's one right up there. Look, it's just sitting right up there. It's been there the whole time. Why doesn't it crash in this room if that's the case? Why does the other one crash it when that one is just sitting right there looking stupid at me the whole time? So I'm gonna get rid of that stupid attack thing that it keeps doing. I think that that is what causes it, but I cannot for the life of me explain why. I can't just remove the 3D text from it. I just put it there to make it seem like it was easier to see stuff, but, you know. It ain't gotta be there. It just can be there. I'm gonna close the old version. It's getting confused to figure out which what. With the Puppet Master saying crap. Why were you spawning attack over and over? Unless it's the pipe contraptions. Perhaps they're the issue. There, okay. I'm not working on them right now. I don't see why I need that little thing there. Okay, so... I'm gonna re-enable all the crap.
adhering to this chair.
That's all reset up anyway. Okay. Let us attempt to run through the maze and see if the crystal balls were the problem. But only that crystal ball, not the one literally right up there. Here's to hoping that's the problem. It's weird, but, you know, take what I can get. I've had enough of you. I don't want to pick this. This thing's not that good against him because it has terrible close proximity ability. It's like real bad up close. Does a lot of damage though. Okay, I don't want to hear two musics. One music is enough, okay? I guess that's it. I don't know, we'll see. I haven't got through this room yet, so far this version has never successfully gotten through this room. I mean, the 3D text is new to the crystal balls, but still doesn't solve this light bug. I don't care. As long as I get this problem solved so I don't have to deal with that issue. That plugs in. It's I might have found it, but not the reason why. Like, what's causing it, sure. But the thing has been there for months. Why it's suddenly causing issues now? To be fair, I did add a 3D text to them, but because there are these crystal balls with 3D text on them. But the problem is there's ones that in the rooms I've already been through, and those don't break anything. So why would this one be such a problem? What causes it to break things when nothing else does? But I guess it's the cause, because I've ran through this entire room now. I haven't gotten to this room yet. And I thought it was the mini-map, but here we are. It's not the mini-map. Even though I didn't work on I only worked on the mini-map today, so I'm very confused on this one. What could possibly have caused the... I mean, to be fair, it is an experimental plugin, I guess. Oh, sorry, it's a beta plugin, but... Huh. Read crystal balls? What do you mean? I mean, I removed it, and it's... Well, I also moved this, too, so it's possible one of these two is the culprit. But again, if that is true, why in the world can I just stand by this one and it's totally fine? Right? Like, there's a toy prison right here. And there's a crystal ball right over here. Right up on top of the thing up there. Just floating up there. No problems. But yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna add everything back slowly, but yeah, again, like both objects that I removed are here. And neither of them breaks anything. I just walk back and forth to both of them over and over and over, and neither of them breaks a damn thing. And this, I'm closer to this crystal ball than the other one was all the way up in this upper corner of the maze. I was super far away. This one, like right here. So I'm a little confused. Like if they all caused the bug, it makes sense. It's the same blueprint, just, you know, copied over and over and over. The only, like, there's two names changed on them, but I mean, there's just two string variables. But they don't really do much. When you pick the item up, it does something, but until then, it doesn't do anything. So confused. Yeah. That's why it's taking so long, because, you know, if it... I just needed something that was like an obvious culprit, but... Usually I rule it out by just removing, you know, something and making sure it's not there. But the fact that I only removed like a couple of them and left the others is weird. So let's put the toy prison back. They're actually called toy prisons because originally that's what they were. But I also put special collectibles in them because they're designed to lock and you can change the colors on them and everything. So I was like, oh, yeah, okay. I already checked the code on that to do there, so let's try again. Let's try to run towards it. Technically, this would have been H-loaded in, I believe. I mean, the error thing did say the toy prison was being loaded, and that's the closest one, so it's possible it's a toy prison, I guess. Again, I don't know why that one would be a problem, but... Oh, broker usually right here, but I didn't even manage to get past here, so it's not the toy prison. Right? Because I was never able to get through the center of the room. Okay. One down. What else we got? The mini crystal balls. There were 3 of them, actually. I don't remember where they all went. I do remember that one of them goes in the toy maze, so let's put that one in the toy maze, because this one will say 2 on it as well, because I mean, that's what they do. You're supposed to release things like this. There's really nothing special about it, but when you collect them, it affects the mini-map. Only when you collect them, though. Otherwise, those are irrelevant. That's the high. Sure. Now you know a secret location of a crystal ball. I think people will seek them out because they tell their own little story. Which I assume they'll find interesting. With 50 different blurbs. Also, they have a game effect at the end, if you have them. You don't gotta get them. Well, if you want. Yeah, anyway, we won't talk about it. Yes. But remember, I was never able to even get past the center of this room. And yet... nothing. Okay, that's 1. I mean, the next closest one would have been on top of the other thing, so let's put that one in next. This one should also say 4, I guess. Not that 1 changes anything on there, but 1's just the default they all said, because that's just their default thing. Half of them say 1 still, though. It's the number that's displayed in here, that's all it is. Which could matter, well... It doesn't care if there's a dupe. It never could if there's a dupe. It just literally displays a number there. That's it. That's all it does. Alright, we put that one in. Maybe, like, you know, you have to shake them up. Like, you know, they settle too much, and if you don't shake them up, the code doesn't work. That's how it works, like, right? You know, you have to take the little object, you know, the actor, and you shake them like a magic 8-ball or something, and then it shakes the code up, and the code works. Like, what is even going on here? We all saw it crash over and over, right? Like, I'm not the only one. That would be funny. It's like, oh, we didn't update it. Sorry. Okay. The question is, why today? Yeah, I mean, those things have been there forever. Why today? I mean, if it had been the mini-map stuff, that would have made sense. I messed with that today. You were here? That's right, Levi. You were here. You saw. You see the Unreal's messing with me. It's not just my imagination. Really? Let's put the last one back. And just to make certain this one works, I'm going to shake it up and down for no apparent reason, because somehow that's how blueprints work. Now that it's good and shook it up here, you know, clearly it'll work better. And I don't want you to be able to collect it through the wall. Okay. That should be everything, right? That's all 3 of them? Alright, let's go. Snatch it up. Exactly. Clearly. Now I know I need to shake it first. It doesn't mix properly, otherwise the code is bad at that point, you know? The code doesn't have enough flavor. But if you mix it up, it gets all the flavor in the right locations. Make sure... Oh, no. Oh, there was a lag there spike there for a second. Did you see that? Did you see that? Oh my god. Cooking with Unreal Engine. The lag could have been something loading in, I guess. Anyone else as confused as I am? I'm just saying. That's all of them. They're all back. That's every one of them. I don't understand. That's literally all of them. Also, this is not actually merged together very well. That's okay. It's probably missing one of these at the top. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You can't see that anyway. Okay, well. Yeah, I changed the numbers on those. I could change them all back to 1. That's the default. I don't know why there would be a problem, though, is the thing. But yeah, I did change those. That is true. But I mean, all that does is right here on the construction thingy, not event begin play, construction, so it would have already done it in the editor. It sets the target value on that. That's it. That's all it does. It has no other function. Nothing. Actually, I guess there's a... Well, this rotates towards the player, but I'm not setting it. It just rotates towards the player. Which I could also reduce, but if, they're not H-loaded yet. Not everything's H-loaded, to be fair. Wait, I didn't even H-load these, I don't think. Well, one thing I'm gonna do just for a thing there is distance. Get itself. Like less than like, I don't know, 5,000, sure. This isn't really going to fix anything so much, but, you know. A better optimization for later. I hate this bug. You'll grab a node, but because you haven't saved, it won't let you grab all the nodes. I think it's actually caused by auto-size comments, not actually anything else. Okay, well, I think we can all agree that wasting hours on that was stupid. Let this be a lesson, kids. Shake your blueprints. Well, shake your actors anyway. They won't work right. Hey, Big D. You missed the most important life lesson in Unreal Engine. For a blueprint to work correctly, you have to shake it up and down. That's it, that's the lesson. But only if you place it in the world. So it has to be an actor, basically. And you must shake it up and down or it won't work right. This is based on, sure, why not logic, because that about sums up that error. Which... I still don't know what caused that error. But I do know that shaking some things up and down apparently helped. Now if I can successfully get through this room, we will know that the error is somehow fixed by doing exactly what I just stated. It's so dumb. Why is it so dumb? I don't even get it. So dumb. I still have to solve the light bug too. Well, that's one way to solve the light bug. You jerk. The scythe looks cool, even though it's like my least favorite weapon in the entire game. I thought it would be more fun. It is not more fun. It is lame. Are you working right? Now this light is working. It wasn't working earlier, remember that? I guess because I shook the other ones up and side, like up and down, it made these ones work too. Because reasons. What are those reasons? Doesn't matter. Now this painting works. Were the crystal balls secretly causing every bug in the game? Does the game now run perfectly because I shook some crystal balls up and down? Sure, why not? Okay. I mean, I'll take that deal. Okay. It usually works. I can also remove these lines so I don't have to see them anymore, but I'm gonna run through the next rooms just to make certain that it in fact works. Pretty much. I'm just agreeing with them. I don't know what that actually means, but I agree with them. Your physics means nothing here. Okay, well. I think we can all agree. That was dumb. That's a really good question. I don't know because I know where everything is. The story's not in it yet, and I'm not really collecting anything. But it takes like about a couple hours to get to the first chapter without having to collect anything, right? And fairly being voodoo and everything, which I usually rarely don't do because she's like 20 to 30 minutes all by herself. She's rough. If you have to collect everything and deal with story, I imagine it's much longer. Plus, not knowing where to go probably makes it much longer. I would assume. I don't think it makes it shorter. And the game is very maze-like. I don't tell you crap. I mean, how many people are going to need to know this, right? How many people are going to run over here Bypass all this crap. There's actually water going through the way. I mean, you don't technically have to do it this way, but... Are you gonna know to jump down here? I mean... Anyone who's watched this knows to jump down here, but do you think a regular person's gonna know to jump down there? I doubt it. I assume everyone's gonna die to Patrick the first time. 100%, because they're not gonna know how to find the heal. Because Patrick is actually incredibly hard. Especially without healing. Like, he's way stronger than you think he is. I know how to fight him, and even I use healing, but the healing is optional. You don't have to get it, right? So I'm assuming you're going to get there, and you're going to probably not have temperance, because temperance requires you to go find it. You're not going to. You're going to have the fool, the magician, and then the ability to grow and shrink plants. And you don't even have the ability to throw things in the magician. You just have the ability to pick stuff up. So you basically have to beat him with the fool and no healing. I don't think your odds are going to be very good. And that'll be after you died in this room a crap ton of times, because remember, if at any point you do this, you're going back to the respawn. Have fun with that. I fall in the water all the time. I also get lazy. That's part of why. So I'll also take the secret this way, which there's no reason telling you to secret. You could just take that way. If you don't find the secret room, you don't even have an option at the heal. So, did you know the key was over here? You hope you did. Like I don't tell you. This whole game is like, even the second chapter is so like difficult. Even I don't even remember where things are. Kinda. I joke that I should call it Dull Souls. That's because Steam was recommending say Dark Souls 3 is like games like this. Like it's like, this is like games you played, Dark Souls 3, and I was like, Leposian saw this like, on his thing. I was like, wow, I never played Dark Souls any version, but I'm like, this game's like Dark Souls now? You sure? I mean, I guess. Except for my game, you can't be some sort of a loser that levels up. You ain't no levels to get now, sucker. That boss is just as hard now as it will be later. Yeah. All Souls. But the thing is, it's not a Souls game. It's not even like a Souls game. I mean, there's some hard stuff in it, but it's not like a Souls game at all. It's not boss-centric. It doesn't have any kind of, like, level-gaining RPG system. It's a Metroidvania, which Dark Souls is not a Metroidvania. We're not even close. Okay, so I think we can agree that shaking those blueprints somehow fixed it. Why would I add any of those mechanics? I don't want those. I'm not making Dark Souls. It's a Metroidvania. The challenge is in the use of traversals. Get places. I haven't had more bosses. The bosses take a long time. Like making a boss, it takes a long time. You gotta make so many unique mechanics for them. It's terrible. Okay, this now qualifies as the single stupidest error I've ever seen in Unreal Engine. Like, I thought the Isle of the Forgotten was stupid, but holy crap. What in the world? At least the Isle of the Forsaken made sense. That bug was dumb and weird how it worked out, but it made sense when I finally figured out what caused it. This makes no sense. I've arrived at exactly what I had before. And it works. Why does it work? I have so many questions. It's your fault that it didn't work. Feel better now. Okay. So, yeah. I wasted hours. For that bug. And yet, it had nothing to do with a single thing I changed today. Wow. Absolutely wow. We created a separate bunch of Soul series. I'm sure there's people who think of this. I wish it was kind of visuals. I don't care. I have to grind those items. And here we are. I mean, I already have a million mechanics in the game, like 66 mechanics. I don't know if I need more. But I don't know. Like say those are boss rushes and things like that, but I don't. It takes a long time to design boss fights, especially with all these traversals to worry about. Holy crap! In Dark Souls, they just get to swing their weapon or cast some spells. In my game, Poppet has so many abilities to play with. Can you imagine later when she gains the ability to just outright fly? Jesus, that'd be stupid. That Spider-Man ability. How's the boss even gonna fight her? I don't even know yet. I have some ideas. It's gonna be awkward and fun. Oh yeah, the Arkham games? Yeah. I enjoyed Arkham City as well. But yeah, those are great. Those are good. The Tomb Raider games, the Tomb Raider remake games are Metroidvanias. They're literally all about finding new tools for Laura to get places. And then backtracking through all kinds of crap. But they're the AAA version, which means they mix it in with QuickTime events, just like Batman. And well, Batman had quite the combat system. You might argue that Control is sort of like a Metroidvania, but it's so loose in being a Metroidvania. It's so loose. There's like almost no traversal. It's mostly just new quests. So it's not quite the same. But you could make kind of an argument because you get some abilities later that sort of get you places. So, yeah. Like, I enjoyed the Tomb Raider remake games a lot. They were super fun. The story was stupid, but I made a point of doing the cultural appropriation thing. I thought it was hilarious. Where every time, like the third one, they had a thing where every time you went into this village, Laura would dress up as some sort of, you know, she would only be allowed to wear native clothing, and I'd always find the gaudiest, stupidest thing for every cutscene. It was great. I'm just like, what in the world are you wearing, Laura? Everyone else looks just like a normal villager, and she just looks like she's part of every single religious ceremony they have all at once. And I'm just like, it's great. I had a lot of fun with that. I mean, I don't know why she can't just wear weapons, but yeah, whatever. Or like wear normal stuff, but sure. I mean, there's a lot of big enemies. I think the Dark Souls vibe comes from the big enemy thing, right? Because Poppet is tiny and all the enemies are by nature often bigger than her. But to be fair, if a boss is the same size as Poppet, it becomes kind of hard to, first of all, keep track of where they're at because they're so small. And it's no longer imposing, right? Like if the boss is like just your size, like so like Wu being, you know, huge and Patrick, Wu's like 3 times your size or something, and Patrick's I think like 2 times your size. And Charlotte, well, okay, Charlotte's more like Shadow of the Colossus. Let's be real here. Charlotte's so big that it really is just like, oh god. Imagine an adult, you like just an adult human, like, you know, in comparison to Poppet, right? Because I mean, she's dinky. The best example of being dinky. This is why you're not allowed to run outside. It's really boring, by the way. Like the most boring thing you'll ever do. But and run across the street, get over. Oh yeah, yeah. This is a curb. The Poppet's real tiny. She's like little. So, but yeah, look how long it takes to run across the street. See how awful this is? Poppet's always fun sized. She's little. She's about 80% the size of a Barbie doll. Barbie doll's about a foot tall, so 12 inches, that converts into the rest of the world units and whatever. Whatever that is in the rest of the world units. Just know she's about 80% the size of a Barbie doll. And when sizing Charlotte, I found out that women tend to achieve their max height pretty much around 14 years of age. So, she's actually like, what, I think 5'3", 5'4"? I think she's 5'4", right? So, 5'4" for those people who want to convert that over to rest of the world units. So, basically average size for a woman not in the US. Like, some places in the US, it's actually like 5'6" is their average size, but so just for comparison of, I use her, I can pop it as like the size thing used to dictate everything else in the world. So this way I know how big things are supposed to be. Tinker would technically be the same size as Charlotte. Well, no, she's, I don't know, she's somewhere between 5'4" and 5'6". I can't remember. I wrote all these numbers down. Not in the painting world, though. In the painting world, she's like 20 extra size. She's way too large. But to be fair, the painting world is designed to be like a liminal weird space. It's not supposed to be like the normal world. Well, obviously, you have to do a painting. How normal could it possibly be? What else was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to make these... Wait, did I make these vanish yet? I did, right? But... Anyway, at least that bug's solved. Can't believe I wasted that much time on it, but... In my defense, who would have guessed that? Not I. 100% not I. But no, that's one of the things that I'm having to think about is how would Poppet fight something that was human-sized? Like, Charlotte's playing games with you right now, but, how would Poppet fight someone's Charlotte's size? It's going to have to be like Shadow of the Colossus, right? Like, I mean, how is Poppet going to fight something so big? And the other hard thing is how does something so big hit Poppet in the first place? Do you know how hard it is to get an animation to catch something as small as Poppet? It's already hard enough with Vu being like 3x her size. I thought about making Vu smaller, but she didn't seem as imposing, so I left it, but... It's hard to hit her. She's just that tiny. I actually picked up a bunch of animations that I haven't used later for enemies, like, for giant creatures, so they could, like, try to step on her and things like that. They were really cheap, too. I think no one else really wants giant animations besides me. I was like, come to think of it, I kind of need these. Where are they at? I'll get the video for him. Yeah, like giant size animations there, so you can see her. I think it was like $1.25 or something for these. They were so cheap. But it's the ability to, like, reach down and grab them. You'd be surprised how few animations exist where you're just aiming at the ground. They just aren't many. So I picked up this and another one because I was like, I'm going to need something for big enemies later. Even something as big as Vu, just trying to step on Poppet or kick her or something like that, or punch the ground or something like that, do some sort of a shockwave or something. Any of these things. Because, like, those mid-range ones there are like a swipe like that. Any of these would be significantly more handy. I don't care about motion. I mean, I do, but I don't. But that one, and then there's another one. Well, was it called Titan or something? Project Titan. The Behemoth, that's the other one. The Behe. I always type Behe whenever I'm trying to type Behemoth. I think you find it pretty easy that way. 50 seconds of Behe. Behemoth animations. You can imagine it is kind of handy. Yeah, it can be rough. I mean, it takes a lot of time. Stepping on things. Punch ground. Jump thingies. Try to land on them. Most of these ones are that good. Again, this one's also like $1.25 too, so I don't have to pay too much for a lot of these. But I mostly was looking at those ones there. Like that stomp there is great. Or the double hand pound. All these things are. I don't know about the squish one there. That's pretty worthless. This is too high up. I don't want to do that, but I was desperate for like a couple dollars though, or like $2.50. I got a lot of animations for big things. Of course, I've already done all Vu's animations, and Sally's not. She's bigger than Poppet, but not a lot bigger. She's more of a ghost anyway. But yeah, the goal is to make the fewest amount of animations I have to, because there's already so many things I have to do. I don't really want to make extra stuff if I don't gotta. I mean, I can, but do I want to? I don't know. Seems kind of not really. Put these back on. Ugh, I don't want to hear that. Better. Sure. What was I even working on? I got so caught up in trying to fix that bug, I forgot what the thing was I was working on like 3 hours ago or whatever. I was working on something. Honestly, I might stand up for a second and then get back to working on things. I'm taking a quick break real fast. I'll be right back. It's been like 8 hours and 38 minutes. Yeah, it's been a bit since I stood up. I'll be right back.
went to go get a drink of water and I saw a bug had actually died in my water cup. I was like, that's what happened. The bug actually, like, hexed my game or something, and that's why I had to shake the blueprints to defeat the hex. There's no other explanation that makes any sense. Just go with me on this one. Kirk? Yes. Stupid bug. That's as obnoxious as one day where I was like, about to eat my burrito like that, and a bug walks over and dies right in the burrito. I was like, really? Really? You literally flew and just died in my burrito? Right? Fine. How's the bug? Shook it right out of the computer. It's gotta fling it off the blueprint. Exactly. Right. Now I know. Yes. I fixed this, didn't I? So yes, it all makes sense now. I think I was working on something on the second thing because didn't feel like doing any of this crap. I did this. Well, actually, to be fair, I have to still add the colors to those, right? For each one. Or maybe I can put a little like symbol on the thing for what it is, so it actually just says. Do I need to have a symbol, or can I just color code it and call it square? I don't even want to do this part. I'm going to migrate the project. I'll do this part. What else do I guess, what do I even need to do to polish these weapons? I'm running out of things to think of for the magician. I gave it a wand. When you swing it now, it does have an animation to swing it, right? Well, I mean, a weapon trail, right? I guess they could have different ways that hold them, I suppose. I kind of use the same generic wand thing for all of them. I don't think I'm going to worry about having unique stances for the demo anyway. I just use the same wand thing. So, oh yeah, swing it. Yeah, she has a thing for it. So that has it. I don't know what else I would even do for it. I mean, more sound effects? That's kind of true for all of them though, right? The only one I really need to really improve is, I think, Temperance. And all Temperance really needs is a new stance setup. So some new way to hold it. Does it need a new way to hold it? I think her idol's kind of garbage for it. I'm reaching that point where there's not a lot to do in some of these things like that, besides adding more text. Places. It seems to be about it. Add in more text. And if there was audio, I'd add an audio, but... I mean, is Temperance really that bad? It doesn't seem that bad to me. I mean, I guess the idol's a little bizarre. I think it looks okay, except for maybe how she stands with it. That's about it. And that doesn't seem that bad. This is just for the demo. Keep in mind that, like, I'm not trying to make things literally the most perfect ever. I just want them good enough for a demo for Epic. I mean, I think they're fine. I was adding treasure locations and room definitions and wait. Am I going to add any room definition to the map? Do I want to do that? I don't know if I'm going to.
Because, well, I mean, in that style of map, they don't usually tell you the room you're in, right? It just tells you if you've been to an area or not. Helps you find them later, but I guess to be fair, the ones for Symphony of the Night and things like that actually do have little doorways to kind of show where things are at, like walls. I don't have that. But my stuff's not really set up very well for that too, because these cubes are the wrong size, because the rooms are all varying sizes. They're not built like screen upon screen like they did. So am I going to put walls in there? I mean, I think I tried this, remember, earlier, and like, at one point it looked terrible, right? So I don't know if I can actually make that be very good for my particular setup. Right? Hmm. And it does tell you which room you're in anyway. Well, I'm gonna have this, so that should be there already. And I do have, I'm not gonna do that. So it's just treasure locations need to be added if I want to keep those. I have to make the descriptions thing too. I only need descriptions for the important ones, right? Though, so descriptions for, yeah, it's just pool 1 and 2. Edition 1, 2, and it's 1 and 2. I don't know why I didn't do it that way. Whatever. I'm right at weird. Everyone can hate me. Empress 1 through 3 and Hierophant 1. No, wait. Unnecessary. If the demo is for Epic, not in. Not in. In reality, I only need these 4 tutorials. Because it's only up to Patrick, right? So by the time you fight Patrick, you have, wait, no, Temperance. But the floor already has one. Let me double check it all still works. You never know now. I haven't shaken it in a while. Might not work. Now in a little emoji of a blueprint being shook up and down. Oh, I haven't even made images for the other ones. This also doesn't animate anymore, huh? Still clips just fine? Sure. Let's remove that from the list because I have one for it. Look like the other mixer networks. No pictures for him though. I mean, so that works, and there's little tutorials here explaining how to do things. I mean, I guess I was originally going to do renders to make all of the... Do I get rid of the custom tarot cards? Because right now I have tarot cards in the menu that look different than the tarot cards you find in the world. But the problem with the ones in the world are that they... I'll have to render pictures of them based like that, because if I don't render a picture of them, then I won't be able to put them in the menu. But I don't know if they look different enough to really make it worth it or not. Like, I haven't made a bunch of pictures of them, so... Perhaps I make my life easier and I just remove the custom tarot cards. Instead put those other tarot cards there and just put a number on them if there's an additional version of them. Someone suggested color coding them too, which I could also do. That's true, I could just color code them. I could do it like trophies too. I could do the bronze, silver, and gold. That cuts down a lot of work. Because I'll have to design, you know, 22 different scenes representing the various things of the tarot for Poppet to have basically effectively have her own tarot deck in a way. Well, it's just the major arcana. I'm not making every individual thing. It would be cool to have my own tarot thing, but how necessary is that? Also, instead of tying them to, you know, did you find a particular unique one, I could just be like, okay, how many have you found? And each time you find a new one, it ups the level of it. Let me write some of this down. Arrow changes. So oh, well, catch you later, Musta. Thanks for hanging out. Always a pleasure. You were there for the bug, the weirdest bug of all. You'll be able to tell your grandchildren about it. It's a very, very impressive moment to be around for. Anyway, catch you later. I think I might like this change better. I think I like the idea of having them have just be another copy of the card. And every time you get one, it gets +1 level. At that point, though, you don't have to specifically hunt down the level.
of something. But I guess to get the later versions, it's not the most. I can make the stuff most powerful and make it where you have to find all those ones to even have that, instead of just being able to luck into the most powerful abilities by simply finding only those versions. That does seem like a way better way to do this. And like I say, it eliminates a lot of work in the form of I don't have to make a bunch of custom tarot cards. It is true. That is so true. I've been streaming. I said I later want to stream knowing that I'm gonna have to go and deal with some person tomorrow. Meet up for a trade. I doubt I'm gonna go much more than, you know, till 8 p.m. here, or say 8 a.m. here, because I'm gonna want at least like 5 hours of sleep. Less than that, I'm gonna be unpleasant, I imagine. I made these custom cards, but I don't know how necessary they are. That will force a pretty massive change. But it would have weapon levels, which weapon levels might also be to make it more powerful too as you find them. Not a bad idea. Like I say, because the menu ones, like I need renders of all the cards I make, which means I'll have to also make a bunch of cards, and then I have to put them in the engine, and then I have to render that image again in order to get a version of the card that's basically flat that could go in the UI. Then they're all also not the prettiest looking cards out there either. The other problem is if I render a bunch of stuff in DAZ, I don't have all the... Like, some of the stuff has been made in the engine, not in DAZ, so I can't render the image in DAZ because I can import the model, kinda, but it won't keep all of its materials. I'll have to play around with that and try to get it to look close to the same, which doesn't work out the way you want it to. That's kind of not the best. I already had the models in for the, oh my god, sorry, the mesh is in for these other ones, right? Yeah, all the tarot cards are in here. So it's just in the world. I'm ready to go if I want to use it. So it's just a question of do I want to? Oops. Way to eliminate the need for 3D text and all that too. I can also swap this static mesh out too. I have my own custom tarot card though. But I'm designing my own tarot deck. Does seem like a lot of extra work.
To be 100% fair, though, I would only need to design like 4 of them or something for the demo. The one's already made. I mean, I like the idea of having my own custom stuff. But the main reason for this is because I was labeling different, but if it's just finding another copy of the card, then you just understand that it increases the level of it in the end. 3D paint? What about 3D paint? So right now this is actually just built in the engine with the various name backings and stuff like that, and all the text and everything is built in the engine too. Make them look like this, so. And I just need a different picture of Poppet if I want to keep those. What do you mean change it each time you look at it? Well, I mean, I could have a model of Poppet that could do a different pose every time showing on there, but the problem with that is you open up the menu and there's going to be all 22 cards displayed there. Also, I don't know why I would want to change the pose on the card ever. I would just want a different picture for each one, so 22 different pictures, one for each thing on the world. Sorry, one for each major arcana. But I already have 22 cards I could just use that are ones in the menu. If I had to pick one, basically. I've left it. Yeah. Yeah, you can have a thing where, like, if I do with, like, the menu here, you see where it takes a picture of what's going on there? I can set this up, too, so every time you enter the menu, like, so it's different. But I don't know how useful that is. I just thought it was kind of cool to take a photo of what she was doing. You saw a new feature of the Imposium vibe? I was kind of talking about that. Pictures and we can change them, yes. And we could also probably give them. No, fair enough. Glad you could find yet another feature. You have a lot of features. But I just need 22 cards. And it's just a question of deciding which way I want to go with it. And I already had all this set up and I thought that was kind of cool to have, but there's a really, really strong argument for taking the quick way and changing the way the system works. So I think it's also just a better system. And not having custom cards pop it. Also, why would there be custom cards that pop it? That's another good question. Why? Why do they have pictures of her on it? That'd make no sense. Why do they just pose her or something like that, where she's just lying all like dead as like a doll or whatever? Like, or before they even put her soul in there and just pose it and take a bunch of pictures to make these tarot cards? Like, that's weird. So I think the reality is I probably want to replace these. I can just duplicate it and keep it for later in case I want to change out. I'm not sure if I want to redo it all, if that's the case. It can just be a generic collectible. If it's just a static mesh. with permanent on it. Yeah.
It makes my job really easy. Yeah, I cut features from this game. That's what I do. Like whenever I want to try to progress it faster, I cut features because I would, or cut things that are extra work because I want the game to come out, and extra features don't usually mean the game comes out. It means the game takes longer. And I have a timeline, so I ain't adding anything if I could afford it. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't want nothing. I gotta, but I don't wanna. Nah, man, nah. Nah. I only have like 15 months left. But I only have like a month and a half to try to get that mega grant, right? So, with very little time left to apply for that grant, I'm gonna have to do what I can. Permanent's not even on here. Is a temporary option? Oh, and then type. Yes, must get game out. Important. Oh. Why are you so tiny? Oh, they're little. I'm gonna default the size then to have a bigger one. That's better. I think I just do that. That just, this other way just seems stupid. Like, this just seems like so much less work to me. And you know, listen, less is more, right? Also, that collection range is huge. How big is the collection range on you? Like tiny?
Slightly smaller, probably. Maybe like 100. That's better. Is it better? That should be better. Move this so we don't have that as a reference on all of them. I'll have to change the other things too. But I think at some point it's just smarter to keep this simple. Wrong one. Let's keep ourselves a unique style here. Well, unique, I mean just like the same style. I guess not unique style, but... Wait, what's the giant collection thingy? What is that other big one? Oh, that's the point light. Sure. That saves so much extra work in the long run. I was thinking how much I was going to have to sit there and play around with Daz all that time, and nope. We just skipped that. Works for me. Whatever gets it out ASAP. Alright, one from over here too. Guess I should close that too. Possibly have to add a number to them. I can't decide. Technically right now I probably should add a number to them because I might be changing it, but if I switch it to levels then it doesn't matter. Save me hours and hours of work. Don't think I'm going to do that today, but that can be a tomorrow plan. But I might message him and see if I can get him to go at my house instead of over where he's at. Would be nice to save half an hour of driving. Maybe this car's not too bad. Come on, go up, not the other direction. Hmm. Have a device in here. Trying to link to all the new ones. Here. The Hierophant's the last one on this level. Or change them on the other level too, for that matter. I don't need the visible terror anymore because I'm no longer making them fade in and fade out like I was doing, so I can have just one copy of these things instead of what I was previously doing, which was stupid. Because I had them on all the weapons, but doesn't seem very necessary, you know? Now everything's kind of unique anyway, so. Got all of them on this level. I approve of cutting down on any amount of work. Sure, I gotta redo these ones, but they weren't really done anyway. So. Oh, conveniently one right here. This card did actually have the wrong name on it anyway. It's good to know. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I like it better this way. The other ones really weren't differentiated enough. But they were okay, but... Eh. Eh. Could replace all the other ones. I think I placed any other one on this level besides that one. Maybe I'm sure it's gonna go there, but honestly, the design of the fourth chapter is actually a little probably better off than the design of the fifth chapter. Sorry, the third chapter. But it's missing a lot of crap so far. I didn't change this one out for the lever stair, did I? Enough. I might have to up the later lever abilities like in the final chapter. That's terrible. Not where you get the world tour, but I might as well swap this out. Yes, I will make you earn that card. I will make you earn it well. This makes certain it collects and gives me the world. Yep. Nope. Am I missing the magician? Okay, fair enough. I disabled it to check for the tutorial. Works good. Not sure I'm gonna gamify this room, but I don't have to gamify it like for a million years from now, so who cares? So true. To message him and see what American region early. Then I get to sleep in, which would be amazing. The other place I need to change them is on the tutorials. Oh, 220 doesn't look so bad. Keep knocking my microphone away. What was it doing? Negative 220, and then I just swap this out for 220 and 360, sure. It's still relevant, the number on it, because of the fact that It'll be first you have two of them. It'll be the ability you get, so. But those ones are the hierophants like this too. Weird. Why does it need a number after it? Here's you would think in the world where it just tells them what to do as well. You get tutorials, kind of feel. Yeah. Gotta have a, you know, explainers of stuff. Pop these things up there. Also things in the world saying, hey, you know, you could use this here. The first time you get it, you'll get access to, like, there'll be things around telling you. I only tell you in the first room. After that, you know, you'll figure it out. But who doesn't like pictures? I like pictures. Definitely going old school on a lot of things. Though as I was telling someone, to be completely fair, I actually haven't played a lot of new games for quite some time. Probably because I spend so much time making games. Or have time to play them. So I have not profaned my mind with the awful mechanics of the new games. You know, the AAA games that nobody actually likes and everyone complains about? I don't know these mechanics. Alright, so that should cover all those. I still have to make more, but... Actually, I need one for... Basically, for Temperance. That's the only one. After that, it doesn't matter. Because... the demo will have all of them. That's right, no time to play games. That's right. Become a game dev so you never actually play games. It solves all your problems, right? Too much of a gaming addict? Boom, become a game dev. Never play a game again. So real. Hey, you know, whatever, it's all good. Who needs to play games? I don't play games anymore. I've evolved beyond the concept of game playing to a higher plane of no free time goodness. Wait. Huh. Huh. Doesn't sound very good, does it? Anyway. Alright, so I got those figured out. I'll make the Temperance one tomorrow. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be going anyway. I'm probably going to cap it at 10 hours as usual. So 11 more minutes and then I'll probably have to bounce so I can at least get 5 hours of sleep. Okay, I owe raids anyway to people, so... And at this point my brain's already like mush. It's like, Pretty much, yeah. I've already gone to sleep, to be fair, but here I am. But at some point I kind of forget what I'm even doing. At least this is done. I don't know if I change the color of them in the world or not. If I'm just gonna have like multiple levels of them. Also, to be fair, they are like one material. Right, there's one material. Well, there are two materials, but if I change the front of this, it's gonna not do what I want, you know? Because then it'll look weird. Like I could change it down, test it. Yeah, make it red.
It's gonna be wild when I can actually raid with like all 3 different platforms I'm on. I just need 504 more subs so I can actually successfully raid on YouTube, because you need 1,000 subs to be able to raid on YouTube. You're stupid. True. Guess that it's piped, whatever. Doesn't build a few functions here. My battle system thinking I should build it. Fair. Gotta experiment, test things out, see what works. We do it really quickly because, you know, if you're trying to apply for that mega grant. Did I not change the color of you? Yeah, I don't know if that's even that cool. You could change their colors, but it'll change the whole thing. Which doesn't make a lot of sense to me to do. Yeah, I'm still alive for now. Not much longer, but I am still technically alive. But I think my brain left the building ages ago, so I don't actually know why I'm still alive, because the brain's like, but hey, you know, whatever, it's all good. That guy ever get any followers? Thanks. I was debating on how I was going to change the tarot cards, but I'm not going to do the bronze, silver, gold thing. I think I'm probably gonna do the each one just levels it up strategy. We never know. I think it's just way better because I'll probably just fill up the little dots on, you know, thing for each one. Alright. I'm probably just gonna call it. I'm just like staring off into space at this point. Gotta find someone to raid anyway. Do I still have people watching on Kick? I do, there's still 5 of them. Wow. Not that I know who to raid on Kick, but anyway, I'm gonna call it. So then the you know, well, I can't raid out with the YouTube people because, like, say, if I've got 1,000 subs yet. I guess there's some people with Kick, so I try to find someone to raid on Kick. I don't even know on that one, but maybe there's someone. And, you know, obviously raid out the, you know, the Twitch people. So for those people who, you know, are new, game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, you know, follow, subscribe. You can wishlist it on Steam. All that's, you know, in the pinned comment. Or don't, you know. Either way, you know, thanks for watching. And I'll be back tomorrow about 10 hours earlier than this. Yes, yes. So, bye-bye people on YouTube. And I'll deal with the other two in a sec. So, send out people on YouTube. Bye-bye people on YouTube.